Carter, it's like 4 in the morning, dude. What do you want?
Ransom, did you know I've never played the Metal Gear Solid games?
Carter, I don't Really? None of them?
Yeah, it's strange, right? I'm the big story guy, yet I've never gone through one of the most important narratives in gaming. But guess what? I'm doing it now.
Okay, hold on. Can we at least, milk this for content or something? I mean, at least a podcast?
Sounds like a great idea. Come with us throughout the Metal Gear Solid series where we'll tackle the most important questions.
Can love bloom on the battlefield?
Are we here just to suffer?
Should all otakus be barred from employment?
Find out with us on A Podcast to Surpass Metal Gear.
So, this is the Metal Gear Solid 4 podcast to surpass Metal Gear.
Yes, thank you everyone for joining us again after a good long while. As you can see, I've become very impatient.
He decided not to wait for Master Collection 2. He borrowed my PS3 copy of Metal Gear Solid 4 and played that. This episode is a bit different for me. This is the one I've been looking forward to I am sick. Forgive any mistakes I made.
My dear co-host has unfortunately contracted fox die.
That's right. I have accelerated aging.
Oh, I thought that was just because of stress, buddy.
Nope. I'm a clone. Anyway, this is a tad loud. So this is the episode I've been looking forward to the most because of any Metal Gear game. Good lord, do I want to know what Carter thinks of Metal Gear Solid 4. I want to know what he thinks of this game, what he thinks of its implementation of the characters, its themes, its conclusions. I just want to know so bad. I am endlessly curious. So, I'm kind of just part of the audience here too. I just want to hear what you have to say, Carter. And I'll add, and I'll give my opinion. I'll certainly discuss. But, you know, what an appropriate episode for me to feel like shit, right? You know, I'll be the old snake this time. Otacon, I don't want to eat the shit fucking eggs that our daughter made. With that being said, we just came off of a Let's Play of Metal Gear Solid Delta, Snake Eater. If you are new to the Metal Gear franchise, and you watched that LP and you enjoyed it very much, and you're like, oh, more Metal Gear content from the guys, let's tune into this. Go away. This is the most spoilery Metal Gear there is. If you care at all about Metal Gear Solid spoilers, leave now, because Snake Eater is the beginning of the timeline, and MGS4 is the end, except for Revengeance, which its canonicity, people still, you know, it is canon, but it also doesn't matter, right? So this is the big one. This is the big one. So seriously, like, this is not a sequel to our Snake Eater Let's Play. This is the 4th entry in our podcast to surpass Metal Gear.
Yeah, because just by nature of this, like, I imagine we're going to be going over spoilers for
1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3. So if Snake Eater is your first and only brush with the franchise, one, I don't think anything we're going to say is going to make sense.
Yes, this This game has a lot more to do with 1 and 2. Although it does have things to do with 3. Probably too much, which is something we can get into.
We'll get into that. I know you've told me a lot about your feelings on a certain
I have some thoughts. I have
on a
some
certain
feelings.
numerically coded character.
But I feel dumb. I don't know who you're talking about, but I'll figure it out when we get there.
Yeah, so yeah.
The only
I know
games you're probably safe from spoilers on are Portable Ops, Peace Walker, and 5. Even then, there is context given by those games that I will want to bring up really bad, but since Carter hasn't played them yet, I guess I'll just hold back.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess to start, I mean, Ransom, you say you've been wanting so long to know what my feelings on this game are. Dude, I wonder what... I want to know what my feelings are on this game, too, man.
Perfect.
A big part of it is just, like, I think this game is probably the one that I know... Out of the original 4, this one might be the one I know least about.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I knew that you fight with the Metal Gears at the end. I knew that you had a big boss fight with Liquid question mark at the end. But I didn't really, and I know that you're old because maybe Fox Die, I guess. But the rest is like new to me, and it was kind of a shock how different this game was. Just going in, it's very different from the first 3. Like, in the story, in the structure, in the gameplay, it feels like it's from a different series. And
even gameplay wise, level design, you were very quick to point out this game has levels, which is new to the series.
Yes, I mean, yeah, if we're talking gameplay, like, I will just go ahead and, like, start. Like, it was almost immediate. It was, like, within 5 minutes of, like, actually, of getting to the point where you're being allowed to play the game. And I'm just like, oh, huh. Like, this isn't a map. This is, like, a series of levels. And it's partly because, like, at least that first zone is like a lot more linear. It feels there's a lot more. You are obviously supposed to go in this direction, and it's just such a different feel in the level design compared to how all the other games did it. Like even I would say 3. The levels were still designed in such a way that they didn't feel super linear, I suppose. And like you'd have a linear set of maps, but there was kind of a feeling of like I can kind of roam around within these maps and kind of treat them as like individual sandboxes in a way, and that just made it feel more like a place, which is very funny given that the game starts in a city, a place that is very, very different to anywhere else we've been in the series so far.
Mm-hmm. This series has been exclusively military bases, with the exception of an oil tanker and refinery. And cleanup facility, like, which is not super different from a military facility.
Right.
They're
jungle, all like relatively isolated areas.
Yeah. The jungle was also like that was a military facility in the jungle too. Like that doesn't quite count.
Yeah, and I mean it is funny when you think about it because Snake has that whole thing at the beginning of like war has changed. It is a little funny that in some ways it almost may have fit a little better, I don't know, earlier in the series, I guess, because it's like most of 1 and 3 take place, or is it just only 3 takes place during the Cold War, right?
Only 3.
Yeah, but like 3 takes place during the Cold War. It's very reminiscent of like a Vietnam style area, which I feel like that was kind of the big like war has changed moment for a lot of like Westerners, I guess, just because that's when like asymmetric warfare really became something people were more aware of, I guess, in the modern context. Since we didn't have, we were kind of out of the era of, great wars between giant like factions who are just throwing thousands and thousands of people at each other. But it isn't like that monologue at the beginning is really interesting still because I don't know, Ransom, when you first played this game, did the opening scene feel like uncomfortably close to like real life in a way that the rest of the series hadn't?
It's a dramatic tone shift. People talk about 5 is a huge tone shift, and it is too. It goes even further because it gets dark. But if MGS1 is the complete camp, just total schlock, right? Even being a parody, we have now progressed to this is a real world critique. MGS4 came out 2008. When did it come out?
I think you're right. 2008, probably.
MGS4 release date. Yep, 2008. So that like America's war efforts in recent memory at the time obviously inspired the shit that was going on in MGS4. And those are not pretty war efforts. Those are not cool. Those are not for a greater purpose.
Yeah,
it's
and
just
I think
fucking rough.
Yeah, it's yeah, it really is a lot more rough. And I know that prior to the game coming out, Kojima had said like he really wanted to have this game really make players think about what they're doing when they are, going into an area and they're killing enemies.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd say at least for this like first 2 acts, I think he does actually a pretty good job at that. And that it does kind of, he's really just front loading the fact that like, war's never been pretty, but it's always been this kind of horrifying thing. But it's just like really placed up front and center here, and I find that really interesting in the way he does it.
I think there's a lot that Kojima was probably reckoning with at the time, because like the shit Kojima had been dealing with in his games were either far in the past or fictionalized enough to still be grounded in real world stuff, but not be directly affiliated with anything. Like, for instance, like, when 9/11 happened, and it suddenly did become similar to the events of MGS2, they cut that shit out. They were so afraid of it being insensitive and shit.
Yeah.
So, sorry, I smoked 40 cigarettes before starting this podcast. I don't actually smoke.
Eh,
But the marketing of this game I always found very interesting. This game came out as well with the real rise of FPSs in Call of Duty especially. And the
yeah.
marketing had a lot to do with just the phrase FPS and shooter. And you know, the logo, the acronym FPS would like turn into MGS and stuff. Yeah, you know, just like fun. But it's like Kojima, finger on the pulse kind of guy he is, he certainly would have seen, oh, this medium that I've been working in for so long, creating my beloved art, it's now really, really being used as military propaganda.
Right. Yes, because this was also probably around the time that we were first seeing. Um, when did Modern Warfare come out?
2007?
Because I do wonder if this was around the time we were first seeing the military start to kind of use video games as a promotion tool to like get people to enlist.
Oh my god, the original, not the fuck.
And if this was like when we would start seeing
2007.
like
Well, I'm on
you know
today.
the rise in enlistments because of games like that, kind of
Right.
glorifying military combat.
I really do wonder about where Kojima's head was at the time. If maybe even he was a tad worried. I hope no one enlisted in the military because they thought my games were cool. They'd be
Right.
stupid if they did, right? They certainly got the wrong message from it.
Well, because I
they're-
know that I know part of it is like, you know, the VR missions were essentially an indoctrination tool previously in MGS2, and that I think maybe he was starting to see the writing on the wall. Another little like, oh boy, thing that I wrote is happening to
yeah.
become real. But yeah, it's just I really there's one line that really did get me in that intro monologue, which is, you know, war and its consumption of life has become a well-oiled machine, and it's just knowing the reasons why a lot of like our conflicts in like the Middle East have happened, you know, largely being for like capital gain and like resources. It's man, like. And this game really does have like a even more of a America bad strain. I mean, especially when you take into account it's like the Patriots AI, the system that they have made is, you know, mainly a US thing.
It's the
So, like,
line itself, war has changed. It kills me because it sets up the idea of like, you're like, what's different? What happened? And then Snake just describes what America did in the Middle East. And you're just like, oh.
Yep.
Oh man. It's not one-to-one, right? It's not like nanomachine ID tagged guns and stuff, but the well-oiled machine, the sending young people to die for profit, purely for profit, like that's the important part, and that's the part that's real life. And
Yeah.
I've always thought that the first level, and kind of the second one by extension, visually to me and aesthetically, they feel like I'm playing a Metal Gear character in a Call of Duty level.
Yes, I mean, it really is another thing that, like, you know, another strange thing with this is that you have the rebels that you can choose to aid in both of these levels, and it mixes with the stealth gameplay in a super weird way. because I think from our perspective we can see that like yeah these rebels are like probably the like more morally good party in this situation, that these seem to be the people who live here who are fighting back against some kind of imperial or colonial type situation or some sort of occupation. And the PMCs on the other hand, they seem to be these kind of agents of capital who are outside aggressors, who are either here at the behest of either America or some other, or some other oppressor who's operating in the area, who has the resources to just hire a PMC. So, but it's interesting because like you can help the rebels by helping them kill the PMCs, but it's a tension with like how you've probably been encouraged to play these games up until now, with like keeping stealthy and like killing as few people as possible. I mean, I even noticed parts of when I'm playing the game, there would be times where I would trank a PMC person, and then the rebels would just shoot them as they were unconscious. Which is just like, oh, okay, like I get it, but
and even then,
it's a
like the PMCs, because of the nanomachine situation, like their free will is in question.
Yes, whether or not they were there of their own choice is very dubious.
Yeah.
Because we know that their emotions are being suppressed, and as soon as those nanomachines are turned off or hampered, they are not happy.
And that's one of my favorite scenes in the game. Just the concept alone of emotional suppressants for soldiers. I know for a fact that shit is salivating to like commanders and shit. Right?
Yes,
it's like
absolutely. Well, it's something that hit me as well, because it's like you think about, in a way, it's. I feel like
Drebin's theme is so fucking good.
If militaries had like used to that kind of technology, they would absolutely abuse it, because it's like you think about already what happens to American soldiers during boot camp, and like what the goal of that is. It is literally just to break that person down so that they can be rebuilt in the image of that military. Like that is one of the express goals of like military boot camp trainings. I know the Marines are definitely known for that kind of like psychological, like trying to have that kind of psychological effect on a person. And this just seems almost like an encapsulation of that. Just the idea of like, you're not, if a military found its way to make its soldiers essentially not people anymore, they would in a sense.
And like it's that the scene of Liquid turning off the suppressants and all the soldiers freaking out, killing each other, killing themselves, crying, shitting, just breaking down in all ways possible. That's what you're doing to them. Like, that is war. Like, no, breaking down an American soldier, any soldier, with these methods, the ones you just described, Carter, like, that's just a less effective form of the nanomachine thing. And all that shit that gets let out, that still gets let out after the war. And, you know, veterans still get treated like shit. So they're just dealing with all of that in real life.
Yeah.
Alone.
In America, there's obviously an undercurrent of like, a lot of the Republicans they'll pretend to care about soldiers until they're veterans and they can't use them to work anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll try and say like that they care about it, but any actual step they could take to make life better and to like help these people reintegrate, they don't do it because they don't actually care, and they never cared. I also think the nanomachines are a really interesting point, partly because it's also, even with the ways that you try and like remold someone into a military person today, they're still not like 100% effective. People generally don't like to kill other people. And that's kind of one thing that is why I think it's like only 8% of shots fired in a war zone actually hit anyone. And it's also why, like, in military tactics, this is an actual thing. Most fire in a military situation is suppressive. It is to create the impression and the feeling that onto like the other side, that they cannot act freely, that they cannot it's a suppressive effect mostly, and it's partly because like they know most of these shots aren't going to be hitting someone, so in a way it's maybe more effective to use those shots that aren't going to hit people as a way to make the enemy take a hit to their morale, and make them not feel like they can take a move that would outmaneuver you in a way. And it's just the knowledge that so few shots actually hit people in war zones. I just have to wonder, these nanomachines, like, that probably like is an effect that it had on the game world. Like, I don't know if that was ever something that was intentional by Kojima, but it's just something that was kind of, I guess, clicking around in my mind a little bit. So, yeah. It's... In all honesty, these first two levels, in a way, could very much be their own segments. Their own video, because there is very much a shift.
I'm gonna go ahead.
Gameplay.
I'm gonna go ahead and get an opinion out there real quick. Metal Gear Solid 4 chapters 1 and 2. On some days, I would call that the peak of the series. On other days, I'd say that's one of the peaks of the series. No matter what, it's some of the best anything has to offer, right?
Yes.
It's gameplay, it's almost on par with 5. Theming, story, it's hitting so well for me. I want to talk about immersion in a minute. And then the rest of the game, not so much.
Yeah. And
it has its highs. There are highs within that. Really high highs. But boy, are there some low lows. And
I'll be interested to talk to you about that, to kind of try and wrap up my feelings on the gameplay of Chapter 1. I still... Okay, so actually another positive point first. Octocamo, pretty good. I really like it. I like that I don't have to pause the game and go through a menu to change my camouflage anymore.
I agree.
Good call, Kojima. That was really cool, and it also was a really cool show of the PS3's architecture, that it could handle something like that. to where it is just like, yeah, no, you can do this anywhere. I will say, obviously, the more linear, there is something lost in the more linear nature of the levels. But I will say, like, I think it's really cool that they managed to just populate the levels with so many people. It does kind of make up for the linearity in that just the high amount of people and the kind of dynamicness with which people will spawn, reinforcements will be sent, and people will continue to like travel throughout a map and a level. It still helps it feel like people live there, which I think is very important given the nature of the first chapter, given that it does take place in a city where there are civilians. Now, before there's something we haven't talked about yet. Before the first level,
what, the commercials?
There's the commercials are cool. I think they're fine. They're funny. Ransom, the briefings. Ransom, what are your opinions on these briefings?
They are optional. So, no matter what I say, you have to keep that in mind. I feel like...
I mean, they still play on their own.
Yeah. But I personally enjoy them. I just like spending time with these characters. But when I feel like them being optional just allowed Kojima or whoever to say, okay, I don't have to care about pacing anymore.
Yep. I think I would be more overall cool with the briefings if they weren't just so loaded with exposition that didn't need to be this long or this complex. I feel like a lot of the briefings just explain things to you in a way that could very much be condensed. Now that said, I like a lot of the other things in the briefings. I like that it lets you spend time with Sunny. It lets you see what Snake and Otacon and the gang are all like outside of the missions. This kind of is the first time we see a Metal Gear character in like a leisure environment.
Yeah.
And it's really fun. It's really nice. There are moments in these briefings, and we'll talk about them as we go through a story, that I really, really liked. I mean, one of my favorites is I love during the very first briefing where Snake is trying to be cool. And I think Campbell is saying, like, we'll pay you like a lot of money to go kill Liquid. And Snake is like, you don't pay me. If you want to spark something, spark this. And he holds out his cigarette, and then it just cuts to a silent wide shot where Campbell and Otacon are just shaking their heads at him for being just such a doofus.
What due to the nature of the game and how it handles its characters, I almost feel like we just want to have a section on its own where we cover them one at a time.
Oh yeah,
because there's a lot to talk about with a lot of them. And
yeah,
because I don't know how we're gonna navigate that other than one at a time.
I was thinking about that coming up to this, and I'm almost wondering, I know in the past we've kind of gone through the plot a little linearly. I don't know if we can do that with this, man.
It's just so fucked. Because the plot, this feels weird to say. But in reality, I think the actual plot of MGS4 is not very complicated at all.
I think the
just
game
callback
really,
city.
The game really is pretending that it's more complicated than it actually is.
When all it is, hey, we're getting the gang together to kill Liquid and the Patriots. This.
Yeah.
Yeah, Patriots. You know how many fucking names that organization has, bro?
Yep, the Lali Lulelo, the Philosophers.
Cypher.
Yep, and it's.
I guess
So-
that's it, but
Yeah, but I think that kind of covers like the first two sections of the game. I do think it's interesting that the game does have a few points where you can cooperate with the rebels, and then it'll put you in a situation where if you come across a rebel, they will be hostile to you. I'm thinking mainly about the part in the kind of tunnels where I think they're getting I think it's like they're getting bombed or they're getting attacked by the PMC and they're having to like
chapter
evacuate
2, I'm
these.
pretty sure.
Which I really liked that there are just parts of that level where you just come across like rooms of wounded people. Like that's something that's never really happened in these games before, and I think it does do a good job at like humanizing the like NPC factions. Is that like no, you can just come across like rooms of wounded people that like.
Well, I guess what helps that is when it happened in 1 and 2, it was like a story event to show off a character, either being what's the name of the fucking cyborg ninja in the first? Gray Fox? Yeah.
Gray Fox. Yeah.
Either being Gray Fox or Vamp. You know, it's leading into, oh, here comes like a dangerous killer who's like really, like they don't kill with guns and shit. You're right. It just happens all over here. Cause it's fucking war.
Yeah. And you know, I like that in this section, like even if you've helped the rebels up until this point, a lot of them will still shoot at you in these tunnels because like these rebels don't know you, they don't know who you are. For all they know, you could just be another PMC who's trying to come in and kill them. And so like I was really trying to sneak around and not like, you know, trank if I can. I believe there was one situation where like I did have to shoot one of the rebels to get through, and it made me feel really bad.
Hell yeah,
because I had helped that faction before and I thought they were generally right, but this was a very high stress situation where obviously like these people would not be treating a strange armed figure you know, very friendly.
Yeah.
So
I don't know, while we're still tangentially on gameplay, people talk about immersion in video games. I think a little too much. I think that word is it's too precious to be used as much as it is, right? When I think immersion, I think little moments. I think a long string of atmosphere and mechanics and every little thing a video game has to it to build up to a singular tiny moment that sticks with you forever. What you just described is perfectly that. My go-to is the first time I played Resident Evil 2 Remake. I was in the liquor hallway, which those enemies are very dangerous, blind with sensitive hearing, right? And just as Leon Kennedy, I'm walking slowly, and the thing unknowingly is walking towards me, cornering me into a wall, and I'm just backing up, tilting the control stick as little as I can to not make a noise. But it's faster than that speed, so it's getting closer and closer. And I'm genuinely like freaking out and getting scared, like in real life. And then I have a eureka moment and think, I have a flashbang on me. I'm gonna deafen this fucking thing. So I pull that out and throw it, and it works. And it was just such a perfect little gameplay moment that so many games would need to script that to pull that out of me, you know?
Yeah.
Metal
I
Gear's-
definitely say that. I definitely say that agency, well, not agency, immersion in games. I feel like a lot of times it kind of comes down to, can a system be abstracted enough, that it feels natural, I guess, that it stops being, you think about it in terms of, how do I win this encounter, and more kind of maps onto like a natural way of thinking, I suppose.
I had a moment with that when playing Delta, Metal Gear Solid Delta. Recently, I was just playing alone, just crawling through the woods, whatever. Metal Gear Solid 4 is so obsessed with sense, because that's this game's
Yes.
theme. You got gene, meme, scene, sense. If you play this game alone with like good audio, like, I don't know, a sound bar or headphones, whatever, you could just melt into that fucking video game. Like chapter 2, when Raiden, we'll get there, when Raiden's like, use your senses, you look at the footprints, think, feel. And you just dead ass just listen to him. It's like, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna do that. You just disappear into that video game, right?
Yeah.
4 and 5 sometimes, just kind of in a different way. They're very immersive video games, is what I'll say. 5 is a bit different in that, and it can muster that kind of stuff, but 5 is more like what 3 does, where it's like, there's so many things you can do that almost like a wild fighting game. You could just be interacting with different mechanics and go, wait, would this work? And then it does, right?
Yeah, 5 is, at least from what I have
5
seen,
is a kusoge. I don't think that's a
5
sentence
is
anyone's ever said it before, but I
5
think
is
it's a good one.
borderline. 5 is a borderline immersive sim.
Yeah, exactly.
It seems to have that level of like freedom to how you can tackle problems.
But we'll get there when we get there, am I right?
Yeah, well, yeah. So,
But 4, I want to give it its flowers for the first 2 missions, which we'll get to why I say that. It's really, gameplay-wise, it is goated with the sauce. Like I said, peak of the series.
yeah. And I will say, I did kind of feel like the gunplay and some of the stuff was still a bit stiff, I guess, for me personally. I don't know, something about aiming just felt a little weird to me.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of weird. In a way, I do prefer the 2 and 3 style of control to this. It feels a little more like a half measure in 4. I like that the game will make you stop and kind of, stop to aim, and you can't play it exactly like a modern shooter. I think it helps with the stealth setting, but in a way, you could say it's more ludonarratively resonant for this game, where Snake is spending a lot of his time in war zones, to switch over to a style of control that more resembles a third-person shooter. So perhaps that could also have been a reason why they made the change in perspective and how you control the character a little bit. because like, you know, the 2 and 3 style of control probably would not have worked in the settings this game wants to put you in.
Definitely not. That would have been a large ask. But I like the way 4 controls. I agree the aiming it's not what it could be. But other than that, I'm very surprised at how much I like it. I like the rolling, I like the crouch walking. Snake's locomotion feels very good in the game.
Yes. Now, you know how I did say that I really liked that you didn't have to go into a menu to do camouflage?
Mm-hmm.
I have to say I was not a massive fan at the fact that the game did replace that with good old Drebin and adding a shop to your main menu where you end up you get to go and equip weapons and, you know, buy attachments and items and ammo. And like, on one hand I get it. I get that Drebin is tying into the kind of the themes of the game, and, you know, war as a business is becoming so proliferated that, like, the characters can literally just order weapons while they're in the battlefield and have them, like, brought to them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not to say I don't like Drebin as a character. I think Drebin as a character is pretty interesting, but the menuing in the shop did kind of annoy me a little bit.
It got worse as the game went for me.
It's one of those. It really feels like it clashes, and I get that is probably an intentional thing.
Can I say real quick, I am so glad I'm hacking up a lung during this podcast specifically.
Yes.
It's so appropriate, bro. I'm not even mad. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about the shop mechanically. Actually, yes, I do. Here's the thought. Metal Gear has had a problem for a long time. It has wanted you to go and touch the dead or unconscious body of an enemy really badly. I don't know why it wants that.
It's part of the espionage and the fact that, like, you're more of like an agent or a scout who's kind of having to scavenge for you're having to really scavenge for your gear. And it's something that I like about the series.
Like in MGS1, it's hiding bodies, and 2, it's like dog tags and items and shit. Whatever. 3, I guess the same. 4, finally, I think they figured out a real reason to do it, is go pick that gun up, sell it. And in Peace Walker and 5, the replacement is then Fulton, which is the final and actually good solution. But good lord, this series wants you to walk over to your victim and touch them some fucking how. Like I said,
and I think that's really important, because it is a way to, in some way, it is them trying to get you to deal with the consequences of your actions.
But that's what the shop is in this game. That is 100% what it is. That's why you can pick up their guns. They want you to fucking touch them. And they've needed as the enemy count gets higher and higher with these games, they need stronger and stronger motivation, right? So now we go from money, which is the strongest yet, to fucking just steal them, the whole guy.
Now, Ransom, here's the thing: is there is a really good element there's another good ludonarrative element there, which is I'm doing a fight. I'm helping these rebels out. I'm helping them fight against the PMCs. We go up against a really tough enemy, and basically they're all wiped out. But I managed to get the last enemy, and I look back at like the bodies of all of like basically these dead comrades, and I walk over to their bodies to get their guns and sell them, and it's the most just thing ever.
That's why
Like
that's why I think they changed it to Fultoning, is so you'd only do it to alive people.
right.
That's really
So
funny.
I do think it's a really good touch that, like, I think you are supposed to feel bad about it.
It's very funny. Yeah, a lot of, yeah, I agree. They probably meant for that. So, I guess we can just talk general gameplay of the other chapters, and then
Yes.
we can get into the character work.
I feel like we really only need to talk about 4 and 5.
So chapter
Because
3
we
sucks.
can chapter 3 and we only need to talk about chapter 3 and 4. 5 can come later, I guess.
We can talk about 5 later.
Yeah.
So chapter 3 sucks. I hate it. It's the worst. It's a fucking Assassin's Creed tailing mission.
I find that really funny, Ransom.
Mm-hmm.
Because here's, I guess, where we're gonna have maybe our first difference here. I reckon I'm probably won't really like it on a second playthrough, but on the first playthrough it was kind of a breath of fresh air for me. I genuinely was. This whole game, we've been playing as a spy. We've been playing as this kind of espionage-centered figure, but we never had gotten the angle of, like, spy stuff in a civilian context. You know, like, Snake, throughout most of the series, is more referred to as a soldier than a spy. So it was cool to kind of see him in this different context. And it's like, ooh, no, you're tailing some guy in, an urban setting. Like, that was a really interesting and cool frame to see, Snake in. It's a whole other side to, the spy business.
I hear you, and that's a good reason. It's still not fun.
Yeah, it's a very much an obviously unfinished section.
Let's not forget to talk about the bosses, by the way.
Yes, we can talk about. I feel like we can almost
all
talk
at
about the
once,
bosses
just
together.
one at a time.
So, but I actually did like the tailing section a bit. It did get. I think it went on for too long. It takes
so
forever.
It's so long.
But I liked the tone of it. I thought it was cool to. It's the first time in the game you really have to do stealth. You can just blow through the first 2 sections.
That's true.
Just murdering everyone.
I guess that it's the only time of the game you have to do stealth.
Yeah, and yeah, I would have rather have a section that was a little more sandboxy, maybe a little more varied in the things you were having to do. Because when it started, my mindset was like, oh, so there's going to be multiple NPCs roaming through this area, and it's kind of like a puzzle where I have to figure out which one is the right person to follow and then tail them. And then you walk 5 steps, and this obviously resistance person is just right there. Like, it definitely feels like the intent, especially with how they frame it before the mission starts. It feels like this was meant to be more of a sandbox and more of a, like, you kind of have to just go in and figure it out, and there will be a bunch of different NPCs to follow, and it's a more, like, emergent gameplay type section. And then halfway through development, there were probably, like, okay, no, we can't do it this way. There's not enough time. We'll just make it a tailing section. because the city is pretty open.
It's very open.
Like, if it weren't for the guards checkpointing in a lot of places, like, you could just kind of explore it as, like, an open world city, which I thought was pretty cool. But it feels slapped together, and I recognize why people hate it, especially in the context of other tailing missions that, you know, would always feel forced into a game. But I see an intent there that's kind of fun.
It's also very funny that you describe that Snake disguises himself as a more recognizable version of himself.
Yes.
It's for the fans.
That was quite funny. Also, just a little, like, detail thing. I do like that if you have a pistol while you're using, like, the trench coat, if you're using a big gun, it'll just always be out. But if you're using a trench coat, as long as you don't break into a run, Snake will hide it in his coat pocket.
Which is a cool detail. It's a cool animation detail.
Yeah.
Real quick, I'm just gonna say something and just leave it in the video. I took some cold medicine earlier. I'm not sure what it's doing, but I feel like it's doing things. So, Carter, if I say something wild, can you point that out, please? Because I'm like, that whatever that is, that's a drug. Like that.
Are you feeling like the Hat Man's about to come knock him?
A little bit, bro.
Psychomantis is about to be paying you a visit.
Oh boy. At least let it be the Psychomantis in this version who's some hot lady. Actually, never mind. They're all victims. We'll get there. Okay. Chapter 3 is that, and then a chase sequence. It's not as cool as the other ones, I don't think, but hey, at least we get to see Eva.
I think the vultures are. I think the vultures were kind of annoying in the chase sequence.
Is there also like a building boss fight in 3? Is that in 3?
It's the
when you're in the
building boss fight.
Yeah,
yes, there's
the flying one.
Yeah, the flying lady.
Okay, well we'll save that. Okay, chapter 4. Oh my god, it's fucking Shadow Moses Island. It's so it is cool. Not gonna. It is really neat.
It was really nice seeing. Now, number one, they give you that little flashback first.
Yeah, no, it's done very well. It's done very, very well.
It's done to the point where when it's happening, when it started happening, I was just generally like, oh, is this entire chapter going to be like in the style of MGS1?
Yeah.
And while I would have been overjoyed if that was the case, I still like what we got. It's really cool seeing Shadow Moses in high definition.
And everything's like placed the same, you know?
Yeah, and it does lead to like it leads to some funny instances where it's like some places do feel a lot smaller because of it.
I really want to say, I got my copy of the game used. So the codec joke, where while you're on Shadow Moses, Otacon calls you and goes, "All right, Snake, go ahead and put in disc 2." I got so fucking scared, bro.
I loved that point. You know, and we've mentioned this before. I like that the flashback. Okay, not just this, but throughout the game, you have these like little flashback scenes, where a thing will be happening in the present, and you'll get a prompt to just start mashing the X button, and it'll just start throwing up like images from previous games as flashbacks. I really like that system, and I like that it's always in the actual art style of those games. Like, it's just the older games you're looking at. They're not trying to dress them up or make them look nicer. Like we've said, like what really keeps Kojima from being like, you know, the type of video game director who it feels like they would rather be making a movie. The thing with Kojima is that he still really seems to respect games as a medium.
Oh yeah.
And the fact that you are playing a video game And I like that they just have the flashback segments be video games still.
I 100% agree. I think it's very, I'd say it's tasteful.
Hmm. And I like the flashback system as well because I think it helps with how long some of those cutscenes are to give you just a little shot of dopamine from pressing the X button a bunch.
Yeah.
It's genuinely, it's like, it's a nicer version of like jangling keys in front of the screen.
And it's a genuine, like, it can be an actually useful thing. When if you don't quite remember like who a character is or something, like seeing their old model might help.
Yeah, that is really nice.
Um
And it is interesting that you don't fight any human enemies in that part. It's just aside from aside from the crying wolf section,
Which-
you're just fighting against little robots, which is, I think that's an interesting choice, and it does really hammer home like both the dueling themes of like the way things have changed, but also this very obvious theme and commentary on sequels, and the fact that both Kojima and some of these characters have been repeating the same cycles over and over again.
mhm.
But yeah, and we'll get to some more of that in like the thematic discussion. But it's, I imagine for a lot of people, MGS1 really was just this like, well, for Chapter 4, going back to MGS1, is probably the highlight of the game for them.
Yeah, I mean, like, say we were making this podcast in 2008, we'd have a cringe intro, but we'd also we'd be losing our shit at it, right? I mean, we'd be going fucking insane. But what we'd probably be going even more insane about is finally actually getting to pilot one of these Metal Gears.
Yep, which we'll talk about it with the rest of the boss fights. But man,
It's cool.
I can't believe they got it to control well.
I mean, what was that other game? Fucking
Zone of the Enders.
yeah, Zone of the Enders. Is that not a mech game?
It is a mech game, but
Okay,
they're
well.
all like flying mechs.
I still like Ray better. Anyway, and then Chapter 5. What is it other than a microwave hallway and a boss fight?
You have the one big map at the start.
Okay.
That is a decent challenge to get through.
Okay.
With
That's
stealth.
nice. That's nice.
So yeah.
Oh, and Vamp, right? When do you fight Vamp?
Is Vamp?
Is that Chapter 4? That's Chapter 4.
Yes, he's the end of Chapter 4.
Okay.
Well, the second to last Chapter 4.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
It's a good.
I lost my train of thoughts.
So that do we want to save the microwave hallway too?
Like that can be when we talk about the ending of the game, I guess.
Maybe we do. Do you want to go ahead and talk about the bosses before we get into characters?
You know what? Sure, because it does tie into some of the other themes we were talking about. Let's talk about the Beauty and the Beast squad. Ransom, what are your thoughts on them? I know that they are
What
pretty
are my thoughts?
because my impression is that they are pretty universally disliked.
All right. Well, if you want to know, other than the Gooner shit, I think they're wonderful. I think they suck on purpose, and I think they tie into the themes of doing this shit over and over again and it getting more and more soulless every time, and how war has changed, and now even the days of passionate heroes fighting for what they believe in is just fucking gone, is shown perfectly through the B&B core. Literally, people taking themes from one bosses and gadgets of two bosses. It couldn't be any less original. It's just boring, recycled shit, and I love it because it fits this war-torn, war-for-profit bullshit era amazingly. And then they get naked.
So here's the
and
thing.
I curse the name of Kojima.
Here's the thing. Obviously, I think the sexualization angle is pretty rancid.
I
with
think
that.
if you you're already doing a lot with them, it really feels tacked on. If you wanted to do something with that,
but
go ahead.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
I do see a kernel here of what there is something interesting in there that I do really like, and that those segments are essentially inversions of MGS3's bosses. There's an interesting kind of weird thing in MGS3 where you can non-lethal all of those bosses, and you do get rewards for it. However, they all die anyways. Mm-hmm. They all have the bombs in them. And so the B&Bs, and instead, like, you actually can non-lethal them. You don't have to kill them. And I think that those second phases for all of them is meant to emphasize it. You get these sections where, you know, their equipment breaks and they're unarmed, and you have a lot more. It's making it very, very clear, like, you now have a choice over whether or not to, like, kill this person. Mm-hmm. And I think that is really interesting. I think the camera did not have to do what it was doing in those situations. Yeah. I almost wonder if it's Ransom, I'm going to be so mm-hmm. gracious mm-hmm. and taking the best possible interpretation of this to Kojima when he probably doesn't deserve it. Uh-huh. But it's like, you could maybe say in, like, a meta sense, Kojima is thinking, like, okay, if I want people to feel, like, mercy towards these characters, and I want them to, like, feel a reason to spare them, then maybe making them think they're hot is part of it.
You are giving...
to get... I mean, but, like, it's, you know... Ransom, what is a morally gray person?
Alright.
It's an evil person who's attractive.
Alright. I see your point.
I understand. I am being way more charitable here than I probably should be. Yeah.
I hear what you're saying. I think Kojima's a gooner.
Yeah, and he absolutely is. And I do think that... Yeah.
You know, he wanted them to actually be naked, right? Like, that's documented.
You know, I'm glad people said no to him.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot about the B&B that I find really interesting, and also, like you mentioned, along with the other themes, I think they parallel Snake in some really interesting ways. And not only, like, these are all people who essentially have, like, inherited identities. You know, they all are based on a previous boss mm-hmm. from the series, which, you know, parallels Snake in that we've played 3, and that he got his name from Big Boss's former codename. And so, you know, I think there's something interesting to that. And maybe that kind of is also meant to kind of explain, I guess, why you're supposed to feel a bit more of a camaraderie towards these characters. and it does make you think a lot about the other PMCs, and that you see the exact stories of the B&Bs, and I imagine a lot of players are going to try and non-lethal them, but you don't get to hear the stories of all the other characters. But those histories are still probably there, you know?
Yeah, I thought I had a moment. I thought I realized something. But no, so their names Laughing Octopus. I thought for a moment, oh, did they take part of the name also from the emotions of the 3 bosses? Like laughing would be the joy, crying would be the sorrow. But like raging, oh, I guess that's fury. But then what's screaming mantis?
Yeah, and I think it's more meant to be. I think there's something in that they all shed the emotion part of their names.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of revealed that the nanomachines are what is putting these emotions on them. That these emotions are not what they're supposed to be feeling, or that there's something that they're ideally should be trying to kind of heal past. Which I thought that was like an interesting touch.
I do like that Drebin gives you. It's also another good touch that they're so dehumanized that whereas other bosses would give you an idea of who they are themselves, Drebin has to do it instead for them.
Yeah, and it's something that is one element of the story that I have kind of grappled with, because I already was not as much of a fan of the bosses in 3 because I felt like you couldn't really get as good of a sense of who they were as people.
Oh yeah, what the fuck are you gonna tell me about the fear, bro?
Yeah, and so in 4, like, that's just exacerbated even more up until the boss fights.
They're not characters.
Yeah, they just aren't characters. And I know that this is an intention, like, by the end of the game I realize it's an intentional thing, and that's why you only get the backstories after the fight. But I know that I can probably predict that it was a pretty common criticism that the backstories probably sounded just like melodrama that's tacked on to them after the fact to try and get you to care.
But I like I said, I really do think it's one element of the game that really pushes the themes. Like successfully. Like I other than the Gooner shit, I wouldn't change damn near anything about the B&B core. I think they're that well executed.
Yeah, and
I would like to talk
it helps
about
that the fights are actually pretty cool.
I would like to talk about 2 of their fights in particular. We'll go one at a time because the first one is Laughing Octopus. I just really like that fight.
I had a surprisingly good time with that fight too.
It's just really you're playing fucking what's that game where you pretend to be furniture?
Prop Hunt?
Yeah, you're just playing Prop Hunt in Metal Gear. It's fucking fun.
I really liked it. I liked how claustrophobic it feels, especially with how like mobile and much of a reach Laughing Octopus has. I like that she gets to just leave the house when she wants. I was really using like the stereo speakers that I have when playing the game to like figure out, like, just through like sound, like, okay, where is she now? I think the game does a really good job at that.
Mm-hmm.
It was a fun fight.
Some of the tricks she pulls, doesn't she like pretend to be like Meryl or something?
She pretends to be like Meryl, and obviously me and my supreme knowledge of Solid Snake, I just said, ha, joke's on you, I'm gay, and
yep, just shot her in the head.
Lit her up. It's, like, if you had done Otacon, maybe, man. Does she impersonate Otacon on the codec at some point?
I don't remember. It's been a while for me. But she does a lot of fun things. That's a fun boss. Less fun for me is Raging Raven. I don't care about her or what she's got going on. Gameplay wise, it was just annoying.
Yeah, I wasn't too big on that one either.
Pretty sure I remember her just bombing the roof like a little too often to not be not annoying, you know?
Right. It's a less fun sniper fight than the other sniper fight you get.
Yeah. Which, Crying Wolf, that's my favorite sniper fight in the series.
Crying Wolf was so much fun. Crying Wolf was, funnily enough, it felt like a more action-y version of the end.
I think Crying Wolf is the only time I've felt like I've had a sniper duel in Metal Gear. Because the end, for me, was never a sniper duel. It was shoot an old man in the back of the head while I'm standing over him, you know? Which, that's fun. I love the end. I think it's a super fun boss fight. But Crying Wolf, it feels desperate. It feels like every shot you take was fucking fought for, man. Like, just finding her is difficult enough.
Yeah, and I suppose that I do still prefer the end as a sniper fight. Because I love how it uses the camo, and you can play it just straight as a sniper fight.
Mm-hmm.
And I love the little ways the end fight will surprise you. But Crying Wolf is still a really, really good boss fight. I like how the game, it still lets you try a bunch of things and use your own strategy to try and take her out. I love that, like, there's just that big building in the middle of the map that you can climb up. You don't have to, but also nothing's stopping you.
Yeah.
And it's just cool that the game will let you do that. If that's if that is the way you want to play it, it's gonna let you. I like that there's so many different strategies there.
I think the heavy snow helps a lot.
The heavy snow helps a lot. And also, I do like another element to Crying Wolf. I think in a way you could say that, I think she might have been maybe the best use of bringing back the motif of a previous... villain. Psycho Mantis, I'm gonna be real, didn't really do much.
I don't like the Screaming Mantis fight, like, at all.
That one felt much more like pure nostalgia.
That felt desperate.
But I think there's something really special in the Crying Wolf fight, especially if you non-lethal her. I think that brings the whole series kind of full circle in a way.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
In the first game, Sniper Wolf was this character that, like, when you have that boss fight, like, you're not really wanting to kill her.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, and obviously, like, Otacon
really doesn't want you to kill her.
But it's one of those, like, unavoidable things. And I feel like it's kind of a nice, like, I think it's a nice thing to give Snake that, like, this time around, he is able to, like, respect the lives of these people more. And it's just a really poetic moment where I really like how, like, the wolf, like, kind of picks her up and just kind of goes off into the night.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really sweet thing of, for all that Snake has kind of said throughout the series of, like, oh, he's a soldier, and you know, he has to have like XYZ frame of mind. Like he really has changed in a lot of ways over, you know, the games you see him in. Like he is very much more just kind of fighting for peace and like for life to be respected as a whole.
Like one of the big differences in him as a protagonist compared to the others, not Raiden, but mostly compared to Big Boss, is he's just like, I am not a hero.
Yeah.
I have killed people. I kill people. I'm not a hero.
But it's that recognition that like he isn't a hero. That even in some ways that's pushing him, because I do think that there's a big theme in this game of accountability. A large part of the story is all of the characters throughout the series having to take accountability for the choices that they have made in the past. Like the fact that it's like even the codec characters aren't spared from this. Like several codec characters come back essentially to like pay penance and try and do the right thing that they didn't do in previous games.
Yeah.
Like it's I will say it was a genuinely shocking revelation that it's just said so nonchalantly that like, oh yeah, some of the other characters just killed Paramedic after 3. And it's like, wait, Paramedic? The, like, nice lady who talks to you about the movies? Yeah. And it's like, you find out, like, oh, no, she was involved in, like, some really bad stuff in the game setting. It's, I don't know, it's, I feel like it's really interesting. And I do feel like in some ways, I think I do see non-lethaling the Beauty and Beasts as kind of the more canon thing, and I think in a way it's supposed to almost be part of the penance for Snake.
I don't think Snake killed anyone in 4, maybe even 2.
I mean, he has a gun in 2.
That's that's the difference. But, like, who would Snake have even killed in 4?
Do you mean NPC? Do you mean, like, named characters or,
just
like,
NPCs?
any NPCs?
Because if you think... canonically, there's no way Snake didn't just sneak through those war zones.
I think Snake probably killed at least a few people, especially given the, you have the chase sequence where you are like explicitly given an MP. I think you're given like an MP5 or something right before it.
Yeah.
Also, the part where you're having to help Meryl fight through the frogs, which I will talk about I do want to talk about the frogs at some point.
And how Raiden fought them with his mouth. Sorry, I just like that sentence.
Yes. But yeah, I do feel in a way like it's nice to, in this kind of send-off for Solid Snake, to give him the chance to almost maybe do what he wished he could have done in the previous games, and that, like, he doesn't have to kill these, like, you know, his adversaries, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, it's just nice. I will say, there is something I do really wish that Otacon had more to say about...
During Crying Wolf.
Yeah, during Crying Wolf.
Yeah,
because I also think that would have been a good way to bring his character around as well, given that's like, you know, that's one of his big regrets is... You know, and spoiler alert, I'm going to have some things to say about Otacon. I feel a bit about Otacon the same way you feel about Raiden.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
So I'll go ahead and talk about I want to go ahead and talk about the frogs. And you know what, actually, you know what, Ransom? Look, here's the thing. As far as we know in this present moment, you know, I'm a guy. You are particularly, masculine presenting on your end as well. And so, you know what, Ransom? I think that this means that we are obviously the best people here to talk about good old-fashioned feminism. Ransom, how do you think this? Because since I want to go ahead and since we're talking about the Beauty and the Beast, how do you think this game does with women in general?
When people say this is when Kojima stopped having people telling him no. When you figure out what they mean by that, it makes him look so much worse.
Yeah, and I hear you on that, but so for one thing, I
want to
do
say
like
something. I want to say something. If we're here, I want to say something. The grab ass shit with Johnny is so painfully unfunny and weird that it makes me just hate Kojima, bro.
I am gonna go ahead and preface. I am actually going to have some pretty positive things to say about Johnny later on. That is not one of them.
What are they doing?
It genuinely feels like a different character than the one presented in other scenes.
Have you seen Thor: Love and Thunder?
No.
Okay. The first scene of that movie is Christian Bale acting his ass off, mourning the death of his daughter and shit, right? Like his daughter dying in his arms in a desert, and he's crying and he's just having the worst time, acting his ass off, right? And then he gets to like a sun god, and it's like he entered a different movie. The tones are so fucking different. Because while the sun god is acting like Thor Ragnarok levels of goofy, Christian Bale still has a dead fucking daughter. And he's being Christian Bale, AAA actor, playing that part. And this other guy is like, he's like a monkey or something, That is how it feels playing Metal Gear Solid 4. And then some weird fucking ass-grabbing shit happens. Yes, I just compared that shit to Thor: Love and Thunder.
There were 100% a lot of growing pains with this game, and how reflective it was of attitudes at the time. But I will say,
the diarrhea joke's fine. That one's funny. That's series tradition. You gotta have one.
I do find the Beauty and the Beast and the frogs so interesting as an inclusion, partly because I do think in a large way they actually do kind of help this idea that Kojima really wants you to feel uncomfortable in the game.
Mm-hmm.
He really wants you to like not feel comfortable with like the action and the combat. And I think like the frogs are actually
to be clear, to be clear, I think the frogs are a completely different level to B&B as a much lesser level. Like, if the B&B and the grab ass and all the other shit didn't exist, but the frogs did, I wouldn't even really think about it. I'd probably just be like, they're hot, and like that's it. Like I wouldn't think much of it. Like why can't soldiers be fucking hot? They're like, because they're still wearing like military shit.
Yeah, well, I'm getting there, but it's it is kind of like, it kind of hits you when you get to the section where you're fighting against the frogs, that it's like, oh, the game is just gonna be doing like quite a few like female NPCs for combat, and not even like bosses. The game's done bosses before, but it's in a way it's different for it to be like, basically the trash mobs that are there to get shot at. And for a kind of sizable portion of them in the game to be women, I think that's definitely a part of how Kojima is like trying to get people to be, more uncomfortable with the concept of like killing in this setting.
Mm.
And the fact that it's like, when you shoot them, like they have very different like death cries.
Yeah. Although that it's like, how do I phrase this? Kojima trying to push that message in itself, not at all a bad thing, right? Just thinking of a woman as a tool for that because, they're more delicate or precious, whatever your justification would be, which, could give him credit. He could be like, I don't think that way, but I know a lot of people do.
I'm gonna go ahead and interrupt that because I think that's absolutely what Kojima's mindset is, and that because there is an explicit codec conversation where a character basically goes and says like, actually, yeah, women can actually make better soldiers than men in quite a few cases because of like these scientific reasons. And it's like the idea is that like all of the frogs are supposed to be elite soldiers partly because of those reasons.
Yeah. Okay,
So
well, that's good. If that codec's in there, then all right. Okay, good.
Yeah, no, it's not just supposed to be like a kind of benevolent sexism kind of thing. But it is like there is some sense where I think he is trying to abuse the benevolent sexism in other people to highlight like an emotional reaction.
Even so, it's still perpetuating a bit that idea, but there are worse things on the planet. I get whatever.
Yeah, it's like a lot of things in the game. It's a mixed bag.
Like you said, the two of us are definitely the people who should be talking about. Like, yeah, our voices are the authority on this.
Yes, there's no one else in the world that
no one's talking about this.
No one's ever even talked about feminism before this podcast.
I'll say there are no chuds listening to this. There's just no fucking way. If there are, you gotta change your relationship to how you think of biology and men and women, bro. You got to. All right. They cast short people for military shit. You know that, right? You know that, dude, right? Mr. Chud, you know that. Don't you? You know that they like short people because smaller hurt box? Oh, you didn't? Okay, well if that's a starting point, maybe look further, right? Like
Look, all I'm gonna say is if there's someone I'm going to trust to keep on trucking, like with an active painful injury, I'm gonna trust the person who's probably already had to have dealt with that by issue of their own biology earlier in life.
I love Berserk so much.
Like, I don't know. It's just another thing. It's like, well, it's just another thing of just like.
I'm just thinking about that bit in Berserk when Casca's in a battle, just a war battle, and she's having a tough time. And it's like, what's going on? You're usually way better than this. And she's just like, this is a really bad one, bro. This period, this is a rough one. And it just be like that sometimes.
And actually, this thinking about it actually really made me appreciate the boss even more. I really like that the boss is a character in MGS3 who's allowed to just kind of be herself.
Yeah.
Like is there any like Kojima weirdness besides the
she rips her shirt open?
You could argue that's more for the horribly botched C-section. But it's, thinking about it for me and the idea of like, I like that the boss in MGS3 is allowed to be unapologetically both a soldier and a mother, and these are not things that are treated as contradictions or even really a struggle. It's just those are two roles she has that are a part of her and that mean a lot to her.
That was wonderful what you just said. You bringing up her snake-shaped C-section scar reminded me of something. Can I spoil the first thing about Peace Walker to you?
Sure.
Big Boss.
I think you've already told me
Naked
this,
Snake.
actually.
Fucking tattooed or carved that C-section scar into his own chest and stomach. John Metal Gear is the stupidest man on the planet.
It's also just did you just stolen valor women?
If some guy told you he tattooed a C-section scar onto himself, how do you take that?
I would probably start disassociating.
Is that like I don't know what to do with that. What a fucking
Oh, we love you, Big Boss. We love you so much, you stupid idiot.
I'm so afraid to insult it because it might be king shit. I don't know.
I don't know, man. That is kind of stolen valor,
It
I
is,
feel
though.
like.
It is. Like... let's get through the rest of the bosses. But we're gonna segue from that into talking about the real snake, okay?
One last thing about the bosses that I just to kind of clarify, I feel like in a lot of stories, a woman being like a fighter is going to be like eventually there's going to be a conflict between, there's going to be some sort of conflict at the end with that kind of soldier part of her, where it's like, I'm a bad mother because I'm a soldier, or I need to choose to be a mother over choosing to be a soldier. When I like that was not something that was done for the boss, and that the way that she raised Big Boss is very much indicative of she has both that like nurturing nature and the kind of incredibly strong will of a soldier and that kind of visionary mindset. And these aren't contradictions. It's just, I feel like that is just so it's something that almost any other writer would have done, is making them contradictions or making them a struggle. And look, we rag about Kojima writing women a lot. We're going to do it more, probably in this video. But since it wasn't mentioned in the MGS4
But he did write a good one.
Yes. And I do want to go ahead and say, and because we talked about, I feel like we don't need to talk about a Screaming Mantis.
I ain't got shit to say. I have nothing to say about Screaming Mantis. I don't like the fight.
It's not really fun. I do like that you can trank Meryl. That's fun. That's fun.
That's funny. That's fun.
Quirk. I do like that if you try and switch your controller, they'll point that out, and the fact that it doesn't work anymore.
It's very cute.
But yeah, it's Screaming Mantis has even less agency than the other characters. For no real reason.
She gets
literally
replaced.
At the end, Psycho Mantis comes up and it's just like, ha ha ha, it's me, Psycho Mantis. Bye.
Because I don't know why.
He just dips. But okay, so it's going past Screaming Mantis. I was wanting to say I really like the way the boss is written to also kind of segue into Meryl. I like that Meryl is allowed to be a soldier still, and that she is like she's leading her own squad by the time the game
Meryl
starts
a
up.
lot.
That's really cool. I really like Meryl in this game. I think she's so much more compelling than in the first one.
I like that.
I
It's such a natural evolution of her character. Is she got her dream and all that came with it, which is a lot more negative than she would have thought.
Yep. I really like her design in this game.
I do too. It looks good.
The like bullet earrings are a nice little touch.
The squad. I like the establishment of her squad. I like the. Oh god, my throat feels like shit. I like the scene that shows off their psychic communication with the nanomachines. That's just fun.
Kojima still knows how to like do really cool military choreography.
Yes.
In his games. I always really like that. He knows how to direct like groups of people acting in unison. And yeah, also I like that did she have I might just be horribly forgetting something. Did she have the headband in MGS1?
I think so. Yeah, I'll look it up.
I don't think she did.
Oh, I guess not. No, she didn't.
But she gets the headband as part of her MGS4.
God, she just looks so correct with it in 4 that.
And it's I think it's also just like, oh, that's a really good indicator that like she's kind of become the person she's idolized in a sense. Which, you know, that's going to tie into a larger idea I have about the character dynamics in the series. But I'll kind of wait until we've talked about more characters for that. But yeah, I do like that she's gotten what she wanted in the first game, but it's a lot of the drawbacks with it as well. And you know, just as Snake started MGS1 kind of a more unthinking about the system that he's in, you know, Meryl has unknowingly gotten herself snared into the system of the Patriots.
But her getting to kind of experience Snake's arc in MGS1 is still growth for her. That means she's a more mature soldier and gets to mature even further. Like I don't have criticism for what they do with Meryl in this game. I do just like it.
Yeah, she doesn't. It's never that she never has like a moment in this game where she like stops being a soldier, which like I was kind of worried Kojima was going to do that, but instead, you know, she just becomes more cognizant and aware of, I guess, the consequences her actions have and the fallibility of the system that she's working within.
Real quick, I want to say, just before we forget, Vamp was also a boss fight. Fighting Vamp as Solid Snake somehow feels like a crossover event to me. I don't know why, but it does, and it feels cool. I like that fight a lot. I like that fighting him is very different than fighting him with Raiden. I like the mechanical use of hitting the nanomachine stimulant on him, right?
It's a really fun puzzle. I think doing the nanomachine stuff on him was a really fun puzzle that like incorporates
it felt very
the
Metal
items
Gear.
in a way. Yeah, the items in a way you wouldn't have expected.
Yes. Okay. Yes, that is the Vamp boss fight. We can't talk about the final boss yet. Okay.
Do we want to talk about the Metal Gear fight?
There's not much to say other than hype moments and aura, right? I mean,
it's my favorite fight in the game. It's so cool.
It's so cool and fun.
You get I like that how mobile they made them feel.
Can't you do a suplex or some shit?
They can do wrestling moves on each other, right. And I really love that. It's just so fun.
Cool and fun.
In a way, I think it. I enjoyed it more mechanically than the final boss.
Okay, I actually disagree with you there, but we'll get there. All right,
Um,
I want to fucking talk about Old Snake.
Before, yeah, okay, if we're talking with characters, let's talk Old Snake.
My goat is washed, except he's absolutely not. We haven't gotten to play as Solid Snake, not really, since MGS4. Right?
Yep, it's famously a thing about MGS4 that, like, making Snake old was essentially, like, the compromise. That Kojima, by this point, he was very much this person who he doesn't... It's funny with how much he has the repetition going, but he's very much the kind of person who doesn't like to do the same thing exactly over again. And that's why you have the swapping protagonists throughout the series. And so but people kept saying, we want to play as Solid Snake. Let's give us another game where we play as Solid Snake. Oh, we don't like Raiden. He's a person.
You were wrong, but okay.
And he says, okay, I'll give you back Snake. But, like, don't say I didn't warn you, though. And instead you are playing as, like, this aged Snake who is dealing with all of these, like, sicknesses and problems. And
he moans when he crouches, bro.
Yeah.
He makes old man noises while you're playing. It's great.
It's a really good touch of, like, giving the players kind of what they want, but also subverting their expectations a little bit.
Now, mind you, Old Snake is like the coolest ever. And it's not just normal badass old man. He is an actual fucking old man. He is having a horrible time.
Oh yeah.
He's having a horrible time. He's hurting, his back hurts, his back aches. Oh god, his back. Please let me just smoke a cigarette, Sonny. God, please. Please let me smoke a cigarette. But
I do like that he's more... I still like that he's allowed to be campy. It's not like even though we're playing as Snake, we're not playing the borderline parody character that we were playing in MGS1. Like, he is still... This one feels much more like a person with the perspectives he's had throughout the games. And I like that you get the moments of him being a doofus.
Even with all those, like, things, you're playing a Solid Snake still. You do get to play this is the game. Here it is. You get to play as Solid Snake. And it is actually him. Like, this is the GOAT. This is the guy. And, God almighty, did they just do him so well. Along with Meryl, I don't have much to criticize about Snake. Because he already kind of finished his arc, right? I mean, he finished it so hard that he was teaching lessons to Raiden in 2.
Yeah. Well, and I think that if there was a way to bring him back, this was the way to do it. Because, we talk a lot about... We've talked in the previous videos about kind of the keywords for each game in the series. There's gene, meme, and then scene. And then there's sense, which is a bit more complicated, because I would say up until now... I would say Metal Gear Solid, at least the first 4, and even 5, I feel one of the major themes of the game is agency, and how the different ways in which people try to undermine agency. In MGS1, it is through genes, through eugenics. It was very much there was very much an attempt to clamp down on people's agency by putting them in this lens of, this kind of absolute biological framing of, like, you are only the way you are because you have these traits that are ingrained in you. It is essentialism. You cannot... it's something we've seen throughout history. You cannot you are not allowed freedom, or you are not allowed to participate in the same group as everyone else because of your genes. And oh, we're going to have this other group of people who are going to be, you know, the ones who are at the top of society, or the ones who are most trusted because of genes. And, the story obviously goes against that by being like, oh, your genes aren't what determines who you are and the life that you live. And I always will say, I can't remember if I even have said this before, but I think it's one thing I am willing to kind of give MGS1 a pass on with his tropes is that it does kind of make sense, because the arc word of MGS1 is gene. So really, it kind of makes sense for the story of that game to be very similar to a generic spy story or espionage story, and for the characters to act on these very, tried and true tropes, because they are acting within the genes of the genre. MGS2 was a meme. Obviously, it's more about information control. Can you shape a person and have them act in a specific way based on their circumstances, based on the experiences they've had and the ideas that they have consumed? It's still manipulation, but it's one that's much harder to see. Seen is, restricting agency based on like where you are born and what system you are a part of. You have to be an ally to this person and an enemy to another just because of the plot of land that you were born on, and the time and place that you exist in. The world around you creates a role for you. And funnily enough, I think it's actually a very, like, despite the game's, big popularity in America, I think 4 is, and I think 3 is a kind of a very critical of Japanese society in a way. In the way that a person in these societies might be much more subject to the time and place that they are born in, and what that means about the person they're allowed to be. And then we get to 4, and it's, I don't know, man, I feel like sense could mean so many things in regard to this, and I don't know exactly how it's supposed to relate to this kind of string of agency. Like, I guess in one sense it could be the way sense is being used to restrict agency in this game is literally the Patriots are dulling everyone's senses. They are making it so that people aren't able to feel things, to perceive things. They're not feeling emotion, they're not feeling pain. And their ability to kind of have an independent thoughts, it's being suppressed by the Patriots. They're not being allowed access to their senses. And there's also sense in the metaphorical perspective of, like, making sense of information, which also fits with the Patriots in that they have, in a lot of ways, kind of gotten full control over the way a lot of information has been kind of brought around. And sense could mean, making sense of just the the barragement of data that we're all kind of subject to every day. And it's also, I know that, I think in a way, sense could also be just like the way you view the world, the way you personally make sense of the world. And maybe, funnily enough, it could be maybe one of the first times that the conflict could be more internal than external. As MGS, like, 4 is kind of a game about a bunch of people who are almost unable to move on from the sense of the world that they've had up until this point. They're all doing the same things. They're operating under this framework they've created in their heads and not seeing that there could be a new way, there could be a better way. And maybe that's kind of just another way Kojima has used the framing of a sequel that's very, very similar to its previous entries. That maybe that's another way he's trying to use that as kind of a symbol or something that has more meaning. I don't know. What do you think?
I think I think you're on a great track with that. Sense is the final step to that freedom that Snake narrowly achieves at the end of the game.
Yeah.
The steps taken
Yeah.
for said freedom, conquering your genes, conquering your inherited genes, conquering your inherited memes, conquering your inherited times that you're born into, and finally, like, you're the real where it like sense
The real
feels
showdown
weird.
is with yourself.
Sense feels weird because it's literally like your touch with reality, right? It's how you interact with the world. Like, to get in touch like that, like, that is the new thing to conquer in this world, for one, right? Like you said, like, literally sense is now an obstacle to soldiers. But also, like, Snake has been dulling his senses for so long, actively doing things to kill himself, that when he finally does just decide to feel, to live his life, that's the end of the story, right?
Yeah.
I think MGS4, that's a licensed song. MGS4 is about not only choosing to live your life, but also making a life for others, right?
Yeah, and also
Which is a tad redundant in regards to 2, but still.
Yeah, and it's also about, can you not just, can you decide how you want your life to be, but also can you detach that sense of how you wanted your life to be from the way you've previously seen things?
Yeah.
Do you have the... Because I think it's genuinely, like, thinking about it, I think it's genuinely, like, one of the most important things a person can do is learning just how to let go of a way of seeing the world that is not helping them and is not helping others.
Mm-hmm.
That is just, like, hurting them.
That's
Something that so many
that's
people...
definitely touched on.
Yeah.
So, I want to say this real quick. So, Solidus was just right.
Yeah, we probably should...
Probably
The
should have said
Patriots
that.
gotta go.
Solidus was just right. Very ironic that he, well, no, never mind.
Yeah. So, yeah. So, I got... With characters, speaking about Solidus,
No,
we can
never
go
mind.
to the...
It is ironic. Solidus is a literal clone of Big Boss, like a perfect one.
Mm-hmm.
Big Boss, the guy who wanted Outer Heaven, War Forever. You got it. Why did Solidus want, like, the exact fucking opposite, bro? That's crazy. Anyway. God. But
Yeah, it is kind of funny in a way that the one who is the perfect clone of him is kind of the least like him.
Yeah. By the way, Big Boss, you're Jesus Christ, Casey just sent like an 8-paragraph message. Okay, it's literally nothing. Okay. Big Boss, your idea of Outer Heaven? This is it. MGS4 is just Outer Heaven. This is what it would have been, you fucking idiot. Okay, anyway.
Well, we'll talk about it later.
We'll
but
get there.
I had a question about, is MGS4, like, is the setting of MGS4 just an actual reflection of Big Boss's ideals? We'll get to that in the end, but I do want to touch on the antagonists of this game. And I want to say, love Solidus. The boss, fantastic. I could not care less about Liquid Snake.
You know,
I think he is by far the weakest of the main antagonists.
you know, I really gotta say, in making Liquid Ocelot, I think we lost a good character more than we regained a good one. Right?
I genuinely, through a lot of these scenes, was just kind of like, okay, when do we get Ocelot though?
Yeah.
I think I love Ocelot so much.
I also love Ocelot.
It's genuinely like, upsetting that we spend the whole game with Liquid instead. He was just not a very compelling character.
I share your feelings. I think Liquid Ocelot has a lot of really funny moments in this game.
I love the scene with him running away.
I love the scene of him running away. I love the finger guns. Those are great. Other than that, I struggle to think of anything. What the fuck was even Liquid's goal?
Wasn't it to, like, actually make Outer Heaven?
Yeah.
Make an Outer Heaven that's, like, bubbled away from the system?
Wow,
like,
Liquid.
weirdly enough, in a way, he did just kind of become Big Boss.
Wow, Liquid, you've grown so much, you goddamn moron. I think Liquid is a stupid fucking idiot child.
Yeah, well, I think it is interesting partly because, like, also, like, you know, you do have to wonder if it's intentional for Liquid to come back and he's this cartoon character villain after we've had, like, largely compelling antagonists throughout the rest of the series.
I wonder.
And it's just, like, it really hammers in the, like, we're just, like, this is just tired nostalgia rehashing that is not really meaningful. But, and you know, there is something to be said about the final reveal of Liquid Ocelot, which was that Liquid never really took him over. It was all hypnotic suggestion he did on himself. I think there are some nice and twisted but kind of sweet implications to that. Of, like, you know, this could maybe essentially... all of MGS4 can maybe be seen in retrospect as, like, Ocelot trying to be close to Big Boss one last time.
Yeah.
Both through, you know, taking on, like, the identity and partial DNA of one of his sons, but also with, like, the final fight with, you know, Snake at the end.
He does kiss him if you let him.
He does kiss him, and there is a moment where he does kind of revert back into being Ocelot for the MGS3 phase, which I think is cool.
That's fun. I like that.
That made me pretty happy.
He did the thing.
He did the thing. But yeah, I just really wish that we actually got to talk to Ocelot.
Ocelot is an interesting creature. Very gay.
Yeah.
And ultimately...
give me 1 second.
Okay. Go ahead.
No. I mean, you were in the middle of talking.
Ocelot probably had the best intent overall, I think.
Yeah, it is really funny that, like, it's really funny. You can make an argument that, like, Ocelot, despite everything, is actually maybe a protagonist through a lot of the series,
Yes.
which feels so wrong to say because of how much he just sucks.
But it is true.
It is true.
I really don't like Liquid Ocelot.
I really don't like Liquid Ocelot. Another antagonist I'll also talk about being disappointed with, the Patriots.
They're nothing.
They're kind of nothing. MGS2 ends with you having this extended conversation with them. And, like, I think it's also just the previous game had really left things off at a point where it was very unclear as to what exactly the Patriots are. They really could have just been a ghost representing the will of the country, in a way.
Mm-hmm.
And having them just kind of be a Big Brother AI is kind of disappointing in some way. I can see some interesting frames on them of, like, you could say that maybe they're more meant to represent in this game, like, the invisible hand of capitalism and how it's kind of wormed its way even into, like, warfare.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just, I don't know, the way they're handled, the way that you never really get much of a resolution or engage with the ideas of the Patriots. It just makes them feel very deflated after the previous game.
In this game, it's hard to feel as though they're an actual force, right? It's really difficult seeing everything happening in the world that it's showing you and going, oh yes, it's that one AI from MGS2. And it didn't have to be that way. Like, MGS4 feels like this is just the world at large doing this, but everyone is just like, oh no, once we just destroy this one core of the AI, we're good. It's just gonna fucking cease. And it does. I wish it was more...
Well, you know what,
Yeah.
Ransom? Let's just say, I do think the game maybe has a point. I think that the game, is definitely saying that. Hey, okay, I'm back. Yeah, some weird people in, like, a van outside had, like, started knocking on my door for some reason. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. I don't know if they're, who knows, maybe they were with the Lolly or something.
The what?
You know.
Okay.
Okay. Speaking of, I do like the way they show Drebin I do like the way they show that Drebin, despite his quirks, can be trusted by having him say the Patriots. I like
Yeah.
the scene where he's like, the Lalelule, oh, the Patriots. It's a nice touch.
It is good. It's good. It's a good use of the mechanics of the story.
I'm gonna go. Dinner is ready, so I'm gonna go grab that real quick.
Alright, I'm pausing.
and-
Okay, go.
I was gonna say, speaking of, isn't the Lalelule it's such an interesting pun in that it's like, it's one of those things that it's just like, oh, huh. This is a pun from, like, a Japanese person that if you're a Japanese person who doesn't speak English, you're not gonna understand it.
Genius Kojumbo.
Because, they have the whole thing of, like, a big part of the thing with the Lalilelo is that R's and L's are, like, the same sound in the Japanese language. And I think there's supposed to be, like, a conspiracy or something that, that... I don't know if this was in the game or if this was, like, something mentioned outside of it, but I know I read something about, like, a conspiracy that the Patriots took the L's out of the Japanese language so that they couldn't say Lalilulelo anymore.
Okay.
It's such a wild... I can't remember if that's just like a deep cut codec call or something, but...
I don't know what you're talking about, but... Okay. That's awesome, man. Okay, Carter, let's get energy back up. Do you want to talk about Otacon or Raiden?
So, my thing is, I have talked a lot so far.
Okay.
I know you are very passionate about
Alright.
Raiden.
Well, put simply, and it won't be put simply, it will be put many ways, but my thesis statement: Raiden in MGS4. Do we have an awesome new character design? Yes. Do we have hype moments and aura? Yes. Do we have new character beats or development?
No.
No. Do we have a retread of the exact same thing that happened in MGS2? Yes. Oh. Do we somehow have people saying that this game was better for Raiden's character than Revengeance was?
Somehow, yes.
Somehow, yes. Do people have opinions and make me angry? Yes. It's a vicious cycle. Okay. Famously, MGS4... No. Famously, MGS2 comes out. Uh-oh, you play as a twink. His name is Raiden. He's an actual character. He's actually a super, super good character. And as we know from things like The Last Jedi, people don't like that. So
People hate good writing.
people hate good writing. They hate it a lot. So, people hate Raiden. Kojima Genius says, fuck you. Well, here he is at MGS4. He's a major player, but guess what? You don't play as him. But guess what? He's the coolest ever. He's the cyborg ninja of the game, with the best design ever, and he's cutting.
I kind of wish we got to play as him.
I mean, that I'm sure was intentional, right? Oh, you didn't want to play as him so bad last time. Oh, you definitely don't want to play him this, right?
There are genuinely cutscenes where it feels like it's going to start letting you play him.
Yes, it really.
And then
it's
doesn't.
awesome. It's awesome. Raiden has a sword, a katana, Japanese steel, and he is cutting dudes up. He can wield it with his feet because his feet have high heels that are a grip for the blade. It's just fucking cool. It's just so damn cool.
So, Ransom,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna actually say something here. When I first saw Raiden enter as a cyborg, I just suddenly had a thought like hit me. At that point in the game. And it was just kind of like, this feels wrong for you. MGS2 was all about you learning to become a real boy and choose your own future. And now you come in with a fake body? Like, it feels antithetical to where we left off for, like, Raiden's whole...
Mm-hmm.
You know, choosing your agency, choose your own future. And then you come back with that. it just feels wrong, you know?
Which, if played up as the tragedy that it was, hey, there's something there.
Yeah, and I
Not
feel
really.
a bit differently about it.
You're supposed to be sad. You're supposed to feel sadder about the fact that he's getting cucked.
Oh my god, yeah.
They don't really bring up the fact that this is kind of antithetical to how his character ended in 2.
It's, you know, I think you can pull some good thematic meaning from it at the end of, like, and if you look at it another way, I realize near the end, like, you can see it as, like, more in a symbol of his arc of as a character, of, like, oh, you know, he has this cyborg body, this fake body, which, you know, he had all these like lies and falsehood around him as he grew up and in his personal relationships and through the events of the game, but at the core, you know, he has a human heart. And like, if that's like, if it's more meant to be an overall symbol instead of his steps after, well, no, even then, because now I'm realizing it could even be like the cyborg body could even be a symbol of him running away, even due to the things that happened to him pre-4. But
I'll say, like, what helps what you were just saying then is the fact that he ends the game with a more human-looking body. So, again, just right back to where he was. It's just repeating shit.
yeah, the game, like, I really hate how, look, I know that I've been giving Kojima a pass a lot throughout this game for doing things over again and bringing sequel stuff, bringing story arcs and characters back as like a monkey's paw for nostalgia. I don't think it works nearly as well when he has several characters literally just repeat the same character arc over again.
Yes.
Because that just, it really hurts, like, the humanness of these characters. Where it's like, oh, Raiden, you know, he had all of these, like, falsehoods that he was having to go through. He didn't know what was real or what wasn't. But, you know, he could start living his life authentically and with truth at the end of MGS2. And then when we meet him in 4, it's just that over again. It's just another, like, oh, I've been living these past few years under the pretenses of, like, you know, a lie or a misconception, depending on how you interpret the specifics of, like, Rose in this game. I know some people in this game really hate her, and feel like she had lied to Raiden. I'd have to watch some of those calls over again to really figure out whether or not it was like a lie or just a misconception.
Raiden as a character, it is very difficult to think about him in this game without further context provided in Revengeance, which I'll try my best to, or maybe I won't, but let me get my shit together here real quick, if you don't mind. So, one, there are some positives with Raiden and his depiction in this game. I like that he is speaking on equal terms to Snake in this game. He really feels like he's not the sidekick, he's not the little bro, he's not player 2. He's just part of the team, right? He feels like part of the gang even, right? Like that final shot, one of that final shots of 2 of he, Snake, and Otacon like walking together. Like the 3 of them still kind of feel like buddies in this game near the end, where they're all hanging out on the what's their ship called? I don't know.
I completely forget.
I'll also say when he's when Raiden is like lying in bed on the ship, like no arms, no legs, like just whatever. I don't think he has no legs.
He turns into that Baki meme.
Like when he's just lying like limbless, just fucked. And just Snake is smoking, like everyone's just having an awful time. I love those bits. Just having him be there, just like, this is the worst ever. It's great. I love moments like that. Him stopping an entire ship with his arm.
That was so cool, though.
It's really cool. But him looking for meaning in life, him being on the fritz with Rose, him having to be talked out of it by Snake, you're the lightning in that rain. Like, bro, we've had this conversation before.
It's done so much better in 2.
Like, Raiden... Turning him into the cyborg ninja was not at all I can't even say it's not a bad idea. Like, I'm glad he got relevance again, but at the end of the day, it kind of just separates 2 Raiden from the rest of Raiden.
Yeah,
because people understand and respect Raiden differently than what he is and what his character is from 2.
Right.
When, like, it could have been a 3-part story, but it's not. It's just 2 Raiden done over again as a cyborg.
Yeah.
And it's like the fact that Revengeance, the game that's not even written by Kojima, manages to take the themes from 2 and who Raiden is as a character and do actual interesting, forward-pushing things with that, while having him be a character action protagonist with a cyborg body. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I feel like this game really let him down when it certainly didn't have to.
It really didn't have to. I think part of the thing is that it's another casualty of pretty much every game in this series being intended to be the last one. And so Kojima obviously was wanting to leave Raiden off on this, standpoint of go be your own person, go find your own life and do your own thing. It's a very open ending. And so following that up, there's only really one place you can go, which is for Raiden to have that journey and do that thing.
Which is what he does in Revengeance.
Yes.
But it's what he should have done here.
It's I would say it's a harder beat to figure out.
That's
if
too
you're
bad.
if you're in the writer's seat, it's harder to figure out exactly what path you want Raiden to go down because you're having to narrow out a bunch of other possibilities that other people might have preferred for him. And so in a way, I can kind of see maybe why Kojima made the mistake of just doing the arc from 2 over again. Because that's, like, it keeps things kind of open enough. But it still is just not
I don't think
satisfying
Kojima
at
wanted
all.
to answer that question. But
yeah.
And he's wrong for that. He could. I think he didn't look at it the right way or didn't care enough to think of it this way. But Raiden being the player character, right? He's you because he sucks and you suck, right? So it's like, hey, go touch grass. That's the end of MGS2, right? You're not Solid Snake. You never will be. Go touch grass. Live your life. Live it the way you decide to. Letting Raiden actually live his life doesn't mean leaving it open for interpretation. You can have him make decisions that the player wouldn't make, which is why he does some kind of weird shit in Revengeance that seems being a touch too far. But hey, just because he's more politically cool than you are doesn't make him less legitimate. No, Raiden, when he decides, hey, I'm going to do my own thing. Like, I'm going to decide truly what I want to do. At first, he interprets that as my sword will be a tool of justice. And then he, figures out there's flaws with that philosophy, which is great, which is a great thing. Like him trying to figure something out and it not being perfect the first time is so awesome. Him figuring out that, like, I can't use violence as a perfect means of fixing these things, especially as a tool for a political system. It doesn't work. Like, there's nuance to this shit. However, killing a United States senator with my bare hands, that's something I can do. Like, he's an evolving character and he's doing things you wouldn't. He's laughing maniacally as he has to embrace and accept the fact that he does enjoy killing. He was a fucked up child. He got fucked by Solidus, not literally. I should make that very clear. He got mentally destroyed by the war of that he was subjected to as a very young child, and he just so happened to be very good at it. And he has just made the only promise he can to himself, the only good thing he can do, is to make sure that doesn't happen to any other child. And that is the destiny he decides. That is what he chooses. And the first thing he does is find a war propaganda US senator and tear his heart out of his chest. Which is great! That's even more than Solid Snake ever did. Raiden is more of a legitimate Metal Gear hero than Big Boss ever will be.
Yep. And, like, let's also just not, like, miss the fact that, like, a lot of even the details around the manipulation are just not as interesting in 4 either.
Yes.
It really feels like he just... In 2, there was so much more about his trauma of being a child soldier. It feels like he has to do a lot... He has to, like, do a lot more to, like, process that. And... I don't know, he acts like he could never live a regular life with Rose in 4. Rose was also maybe a spy. I don't think it was ever clarified whether or not that was... whether that was, part of the misinformation.
Rose might not have been real.
Rose might not have been real.
Bro. She was,
she may have,
but...
She may have been a spy, but, like, she also may have been a spy.
That's something we should touch on. I won't get into it. Just keep your thought in mind, but one bad thing about MGS4 is the fact that it takes place after MGS2, which means it canonized the events of that game, which a lot of that game's sauce is... I don't know how much of that game is real. Right?
It ends with... There are readings of 2 that could literally be, like, this entire thing has been a simulation.
Yes, which they're very legitimate readings. Like,
also... Not to spoil... Okay, kind of going to indirectly spoil 5 here. There's a overarching theory and analysis you could have of the entire series if you just took out 4.
Let's wait till 5 to discuss that theory, yeah.
But it is just like, if the story is 3, 1, and 2... Well, no, if the story is 3, 5, 1, and 2, you can make some arguments about the setting.
Oh yeah. But
four kind of makes things less interesting by just telling you kind of what was real and what was not in most cases.
4 kind of takes all of the room out for all theories. Like, with the exception of 5, because it came out after, there are no more questions after 4. There is nothing left up to mystery. There's nothing left up to interpretation. There are definitive answers for pretty much everything, which is why Kojima got his penchant for over-explaining things. I don't think that's what that is. I don't think he over-explained things. I think that one game is just his Hail Mary. Fuck it! No more games after this, please! Little did he know he had 2 more Metal Gear games after that. But you can tell, above even the others, he really wanted this one to be his last one.
Yeah.
But yeah,
At least the last time he ever touched a Metal Gear.
yes. I'm sure he would have been perfectly fine having someone else make Peace Walker. Just like, oh, y'all want to make a game about a big boss doing big boss shit? Fucking go for it, dude. Have fun. Rock on, brother. Just leave me out of it, please. They did not leave him out of it. He might have still been at Konami if they just stopped making him make Metal Gear.
They ostensibly were gonna let him make a Silent Hill game.
Yeah. Anyway. I think I said what I needed to about Raiden. I'm sure I could think of random thoughts here and there. Just, he holds a lot of the hardest imagery of the game. Snake gingerly putting the sword in his mouth is so funny.
And I will say, I do like that even with him getting the cool cyborg samurai, Kojima doubled down on some of the more, like, androgynous parts of his design, which I think is really cool. The fact that he gets, like, high heels.
He has high heels and load-bearing hips.
Yep.
Like, I don't think a lot was...
Like, no, you are going to find Raiden cool, and he is going to have some gender non-conforming aspects to him, and you are going to like it.
I really... His design... I don't think a lot was lost. You know, like, as much as they missed the ball in giving him new things to do, they didn't, like, misunderstand him. You know what I mean?
That's fair. I think that we didn't get much whimsy from him in this game, which I think was sorely missed. I love all of the stupid codec calls he has with Rose in MGS2.
But, like, in all fairness, like, he gets it back in Revengeance, which especially just kind of paints this as a darker part of his life, right?
Yeah. And maybe it is just one of those... There's a thing overall with MGS4, and that, like, it feels like an Avengers movie.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it does.
Like, it really does. Like, it's...
Oh, it's all the Warriors.
Funny.
It's all the Warriors.
In a post Infinity War world, it really feels like it follows that same structure of, like, okay, we're gonna, like, we're starting off and we're gathering all of our, like, groups of characters. Everyone's here, everyone's coming back, and we're kind of uniting against this overarching villain that has kind of been lurking in the background.
I mean, God, you know, Chapter 1, you meet Meryl. Chapter 2, you meet Raiden. Chapter 3, you meet Eva. Like, it's literally 1, 2, and 3. And then, well, it's not exactly new shit after that, but, you know.
But yeah,
there aren't very many new characters in this game.
Yeah, and I will say, it's just something I thought of today. Very funny. Kojima, Genius Kojumbo. The way that the game ends, Chapter 5 being one of the most played out plans ever. Like, the briefing starts, and I just realize, oh my god, you're doing Star Wars as the ending for your series. Which, like, he couldn't have known this at the time, but it's like, oh, several years later, Star Wars is going to release its sequel trilogy, and the first one is literally just going to do the Death Star again. And so just seeing Kojima in his game about sequels and how you can't keep doing them over and over again and rehashing things, ending it, with the characters just doing the Death Star plan, is really funny.
I never really thought about that. That is funny.
Okay.
Before we get to Otacon, do you want to just say a quick piece about Eva?
Let's talk about Eva and Naomi.
And Campbell and Naomi.
Campbell's weird. Oh my god, Campbell.
And Rose.
Yeah, I'll be honest. When I was playing a game, I keep forgetting Rose is there. It feels like she's only there as an extension of Raiden's story, which is another thing. Problem with how this game handles the MGS2 stuff.
She's there as the mechanic, the stress thing.
But she doesn't have like any chemistry or connection to Snake.
No. Like, not at all. She's literally professionally there. I don't know.
But yeah, no, Campbell is interesting because you end MGS2 really not knowing if Campbell is even alive at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'd have to play the game again to really have an opinion on Campbell.
He's fine.
He's just kind of there.
He's pretending to be a lot grosser than he is.
Yeah.
And
it's
okay, bro.
It's also weird because it's like I feel like with MGS1, you kind of get the impression that Snake probably doesn't ever want to talk to Campbell again after all of this. Because Campbell is like leading a suicide mission and did not give Snake the courtesy to know ahead of time that's what this was gonna be.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's...
I also love... The game starts with Snake saluting a grave. Pretty sure it's Big Boss's grave.
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, you know more about the pre-MGS stories. Did Snake ever see Big Boss as like a father?
No. That's something they could probably change. Probably would want to in some remakes, Konami. Hey.
Yeah. So Naomi, I will get into my issues with how she is used in relation to other characters, but I do like Naomi herself in this story. I like how she is kind of the first and biggest example of the previous codec characters all being held accountable for their actions, especially since Naomi was like, you did see the bad thing she had done in in MGS itself. She's the one who gave you Fox Die. And so I do like that she kind of has this whole penance arc where she's trying to make things different and she's trying to do what she can to help, because in the past she had just kind of, stood back and participated in a lot of really bad things from a distance.
I don't think I ever cared too much about Naomi's story in 1. So in 4, she comes back and I'm just like, she's beginning to seem a lot more important than I would have. Okay, I guess I should have cared more. But okay, I'll hear you out on what she's got going on here. And it's fine.
There are things I can appreciate about her story.
She forces herself on a gay man, which that's sort of joking. Am I joking? Am I though?
Look, as we will talk about more, I mean, people would joke about Otacon and Snake being gay. They literally live together and have
daughter.
a child. They have a child they are raising in this game. It is
It's pretty on the
I
nose.
don't care what Kojima says. But like, I think there have been interesting things to Naomi in MGS1 and this, because the whole thing is, isn't it she's Gray Fox's sister, or Gray Fox killed her parents? Like, I can't remember the specifics, but it is like she does have reason to hold a grudge against Foxhound. And it is a thing with the series of like, no, like, uh, this idea of, holding a grudge against these soldiers, and there are civilians who are caught up in the wake of this, who are obviously going to want to get revenge against these people who are essentially like agents of, the state, and this kind of class that is allowed, a monopoly on violence. Yeah, I think that's an interesting thing, and she does it. I think it is very human for her, like, when she gets into the position of power herself, when she is now the part of the support team for Foxhound herself, she ends up doing things herself that are bad and have like really big consequences for the world, and she doesn't really see it in the moment. I think it's an interesting cycle of like, not, I guess just how, power can like blind you, I guess, to the ways in which you could be hurting others, or like what you're really extracting from other people, and how, trauma can lead people to just reenact these things. I don't know. I found Naomi in 4 to be a pretty compelling character, and I really, really liked her.
That's good. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
All right, we're back. Audience, this is going to be 2 recording sessions for us because my throat is going to give out, and we have a lot more to say. So, not a problem for you. Just, yeah, I might sound a bit different in a little bit. But we're going to finish this session off with our thoughts on Big Mama, aka Eva. I think it's really funny that she says, "Call me Big Mama."
It is really funny.
It's a very funny thing to say. Probably even more ridiculous thing to say than Big Boss.
Yeah.
I don't have much to say about Eva and her implementation in this game. I think it's one of the less egregious examples of forcing a three thing into 4. It's fine. She's cool.
I will say it's really weird the exact way they pull a twist with her, and that she's the mom of, Liquid, and she's the mom of Liquid and Solid, but not in a way you might like intuitively expect. And that like 3, it ends, she sleeps with Big Boss, but that's not what caused the birth
Yeah, no.
of Solid and Liquid. It's no, she went back to him at some indeterminate point, and it happened then, which is
Hold on.
it's kind of weird.
I don't think you have that right. Les Enfants Terribles was strictly a fucking science experiment. She was an incubator.
Yeah, no, I know she was just an incubator, but she was still in contact with Big Boss.
We never get it. Never mind.
Yeah. Well, because
Never
my
mind.
thing is, like, from what I've heard about Peace Walker, and for Peace Walker and 5, I did, when I've heard people talking about those games, I've never heard people mention the fact that apparently Big Boss is part of the Patriots. So I don't know how that's gonna be handled.
As far
But-
as Eva's involvement and seeing Big Boss again, I can think of one example.
And
It's
I will say,
I could say it without spoiling anything, and it's just a very easy. And Carter, she took him to the hospital. You know exactly when.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not much, but
Yeah.
it's there. Maybe
Yeah.
she jerked his unconscious body off, and that's no. Les Enfants Terribles already started before that, so I don't know.
I will say something very unintentionally funny with Big Mama / Eva is in the cutscenes with her. The parts where she's talking about like the soldiers she's raised through like the resistance. She keeps calling them the children. And then it always keeps cutting to these NPCs who look like they're in their 30s or 40s. And it's like, in those moments, I'm genuinely just like, wait, are these supposed to be like 16 or 17-year-olds? Like, or is she just using that as like a figure of speech? Like, is this the thing? Is this the joke people make about looking at, like, pictures of people from, like, the 60s? Where it's like you'll see someone who's supposed to be, like, 25 and they look like they're in their 40s.
That's hilarious. I'll say, even though the bike chase itself, like, mechanically, it's pretty, like, blasé. It's just whatever, right? The fact that, like, it's a tragic moment dramatically because, like, yeah, she's finally getting to do this thing again. It really reminds her of the man she loves. And how, I mean, the actual person she's on the bike with is a much better person this time too. Her son is a much better man than her lover.
Yeah. Much better. Well, it's like the fact that, I mean, as we know from the end of the game, like, it's all in vain.
Yeah.
The fact that, like, Big Boss was never even there.
Yeah. Like, God, you're right. Oh my God, you're right. And just...
Which, Ransom, is this
even
actually...
those,
is this a repetition of 5, in a way?
I'm gonna be real, that might have been Venom, but we'll get there. I'm not, I need to freshen up on some things. Maybe that was Venom, maybe I'm stupid, I don't know.
Yeah, and I will say, something I did like is, you get the big talk from her about how both Zero, who we will talk about, Zero and Big Boss both, like, misinterpreted the boss's will.
Zero and Big Boss and all that is half the reason why we have to split this into 2 recording sessions. I need to rant and rave about how goddamn fucking stupid. We'll get there. We'll get there next time.
Before we get to that,
y'all just wait. Y'all just wait in the video itself.
I think it's so interesting that Eva herself ended up, kind of in her own way, misinterpreting Big Boss's will by participating in the Les Enfants Terribles program. Like, because it's shown, like, he cuts contact with her after that. Like, he does not like that she did that. And I think it's just really interesting.
No
the
one
way
communicates in the 60s.
Yeah.
Or 70s.
But I do just find that a very interesting part of her character. And I don't know, it's...
all I can ever think of... Go ahead.
It's a tragedy that, like, those two, so much of their time together is based on, like, deception.
Mm-hmm.
And when they do seem to care for each other, but throughout the entire series, even after 3, that's not something that's ever really remedied. It's actually even made worse.
Mm-hmm. All I can ever think about with characters like Eva and the boss is just, what if Solid Snake had been there instead of Big Boss? Like, I mean, Eva ended up fine, but maybe we didn't talk about Old Snake enough, but it's the fact that he's still not really having to learn a new lesson in this game. Like, he's just, it's almost like some All-Star Superman shit, where it's just like, oh, I'm dying. What's the best thing I can do before I die? You know?
Kill Liquid seems fine.
Kill Liquid seems like a very good idea. It's just...
It's more like it's kind of interesting. The less, like, his whole arc really more happens, like, at the very end.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, like, Solid Snake's just kind of that guy. I'm very curious, just, I want to know how he would be interpreted in the MSX games in, like, a 3D remake. I want to see, like, a younger Snake who has lessons to learn still. Because most forms of Solid Snake you get to play as is a static character.
Yeah, and he's always been at it for a really long time. Like, MGS1 is about him coming out of retirement.
Yeah, that's a retired man. I don't know. I hope to God Konami is remaking Metal Gear 1 and 2 instead of Solid 1. I would be so fucking... It'd just be a genuine missed opportunity, you know?
Yeah. Because it's like those...
I mean, god damn it, dude. There's a huge theory that Outer Heaven, or I think it's Zanzibar Land, was built where MGS3 took place. So you have the assets. You have the assets, Konami, please. God.
But yeah, so I guess, we'll go through the rest of the characters and have our kind of...
And the finale.
Yeah, in the finale, and have our final thematic discussion in the next episode.
Well, not next episode, just... I'm not gonna split this into two. I'm just gonna combine the sessions.
Okay, because I was about to wonder if I was gonna need to put in a disclaimer like, hey guys, we promise we're not doing a 100-line podcast again. We promise this isn't gonna be like that.
But I mean, it's fucking MGS4. Like, of course it's gonna be like a 6-hour podcast.
Yeah.
I wonder what 5 will be like. It'll probably be shorter, but 5... God damn... see you in the future. See you now. Alright, we back like nothing happened. Otacon.
Whoa, Ransom, you're looking kind of bad, buddy.
No, I'm not.
Is the fox dye progressing?
No.
Did they shorten your telomeres? You got a few gray hairs here.
Tell us about Otacon.
Okay, Ransom. Ever since we broke for this second session, I've been trying to think about how I want to talk about Otacon. Because, Ransom, I have problems.
My wife.
With how Otacon was handled in this game.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I have issues. And to demonstrate it, I'm going to kind of walk you through Otacon's role in the series.
Okay.
And to do that, I want to use the thematic words for each game.
Okay.
And I'm going to kind of ask you these as questions in a discussion format.
Okay.
So first, Ransom, what would you say Otacon's genes are?
Bad.
Can you elaborate?
Huey.
Well, I suppose we don't know that at this point yet. But like up until this point,
We
what would you
kind of
say?
do. He'd
Oh
been
yeah,
done told.
we did find out the stuff in MGS2.
Yeah.
But also like, so yeah, I mean, Otacon's dad was a very bad person. We find out, bad uses for his science. But also like in a more, I guess, abstract sense. Thinking about like, I've compared genes in a way to like the tropes or building blocks of a genre.
Mm-hmm.
Since MGS1 is also very much reliant on genre tropes. So what would you say Otacon is in that sense of a gene, in like a storytelling gene sense?
Well, he's the nerd.
Yeah, he's the nerd, but he's also, he's a scientist, an inventor, and
He's the Oppenheimer of MGS1.
in a way, yes. He is, but he is also kind of the shining light of that story. He's the one person there
yes.
who's not supposed to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Is the thing. He's the foil to Snake. He's Snake's, conscience and heart in a way.
Yes.
That I really like. But, and it is also that sense of him not being part of that world and him not being able to be there is part of why there's that tragedy with Sniper Wolf, in that he's not able to save her, he's not able to kind of pull her back and keep her from, needlessly throwing away her life in that sniper duel. And so, he also, in his kind of genes, he is this kind of tragic romantic character, in a way. What would you say his memes are, especially given the stuff we learn in MGS2?
That's kind of tough who he is in MGS2, because a lot of his role in that story is the same as Snake. Like, he and Snake operate as a unit. In most ways in that story. Like, they're both mentors to Raiden, right? What he gets himself is the stuff with Emma and the revelations about his strange and tragic family history.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But yes, and it is very much also, it's very much also, you start to see the pattern with him there, which I would kind of almost call the meme, is, he has that line of basically, like, all of the women he ends up, like, falling in love with or caring for all end up dying. This
Yes.
idea that he cannot be around or become, like, I guess, close to other people without them getting hurt. It's a very core part of Otacon's character, of the things that are, like, closest to his heart are going to be things that lead to suffering, either it being either his relationships with others or the creations that he loves, the Metal Gears, the robots, those being kind of used against him, or well, not used against him personally, but being used for horrible things and causing many, many lives to be taken. And that kind of leads into scene. What would you say Otacon's scene is? His time and his place?
Well, his time and place. Again, he's kind of a modern Oppenheimer in this series, but he's kind of a victim of circumstance a lot in Metal Gear. What's your answer?
I mean, my answer is almost kind of it kind of comes from the gene and the meme, and that his scene is, he is essentially in this like extended cold, because MGS1 is like an extended Cold War scenario, right?
Mhm.
We never like stopped feuding with the Russians, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so his scene is basically that. He is very much in this, he loves, just creating things and making his robots and doing cool stuff with technology. He is someone who is truly in it for the love of the game, but being in America in this, military industrial complex situation, they say no. Your creations, because you live in America in this time, you must be someone who develops, weapons and military tools. Your creations won't be used to make people happy. Instead, they'll be used to kill people. It's very similar to Sokolov in MGS3.
Mm-hmm.
The only difference being is that, just by circumstance of time and place, Otacon was spared, whereas Sokolov was quite literally just killed in cold blood.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not quite as bad as what happened with Sokolov, but there is a contrast there. And I think why Sokolov is meant to draw so many comparisons and parallels to Otacon, and that Sokolov could have been someone who kind of keeps Big Boss from going off the deep end and maybe puts him on a slightly better path, even if Sokolov might not be as a good. I don't know if we ever get any indications that he is as good of a person as Otacon, but it didn't seem like he was a terrible person.
We get some indications that he really wasn't a bad guy. I think we get plenty. Sokolov, mind you, this is fresh on the memory because
like
of the
he was
LP.
defecting. Like he was straight up defecting, essentially.
I mean, his speech about, I just wanted to be a rocket scientist, but everyone like me became a weapons scientist.
Yes,
because of
okay.
the government, I never wanted any of this.
And yeah, and I think Otacon is very much the same. And yeah, thank you for that, because I'd kind of forgotten a bit of his character.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, that's what I would say like his scene is. And it's also, you can also see with Otacon in kind of the stuff that happened with his parents. There's also you can see some of that like toxic masculinity there in his scene, and that like he did not, just because of the time he grew up in and the culture he grew up in, like when he was assaulted, he did not have the language or the understanding to even understand or verbalize it,
Mm-hmm.
like he was unable to really conceptualize what had happened, and so he blames himself. And so we kind of wrap all of this up into sense. What frame of the world does this give Otacon? What is his frame and way of thinking of the world? What is his sense of the world? And that is, well, he is someone who came into this world and tried to operate under the best intentions and, caring for the people he cares for and doing the things he loves, but it's only really brought pain to the world. Everyone he's cared for has died, and his machinery has been used to, basically potentially end the world. And so, I do really like, in one sense, there is one thing I'll give them. I really like the Metal Gear Mark, is it 3 or 2?
In
4.
2.
That I do really like, even though I didn't really use it in gameplay, I like the idea of the Metal Gear Mark II in a story context, and that it is something that Otacon made that is like cannot be manipulated to take lives or anything like that. It really represents his just pure creation. I made this because I wanted to, and it was fun, and I can use it to help out my friend. Like Otacon is able. he takes a lot of steps to have his technology be stuff that is able to be used to help people and make people happy. And he sees it as kind of a penance that him and the other Shadow Moses people kind of have to pay for everything that happened in its wake. But there's also the other half of his sense, which is that everyone he cares for ends up dying. Now, Ransom, if we were wanting to give Otacon a full, interesting, and complete character arc surrounding that complex, is there a character in his immediate vicinity that you think we could do this with? Like, anyone who, he really cares for, that, is in danger or might be dying, before it's their time. Is there a character that we can do that with?
What's funny about that is that not only is there a really good answer, there's also a small, not bad one next to him. But we didn't go with either of those, did we?
Well, Ransom, give me that good answer.
That'd be good old Solid Snake.
No! Wrong. No one. We have to bring in another character. And so you'd think, hey, Snake would be great. Snake would be great to deconstruct this arc of him with, and have him really process this trauma, especially with the fact that Snake's death is telegraphed and basically ensured. It is. Snake is someone he very much cares for. It's someone he's been connected with since the start of since the start of the Solid series, and it's something that Otacon doesn't really seem to be too broken up about in 4, at least compared to when people close to him have died before. He's really concerned about it, but it's not made the main focus of his character arc, when I think Otacon should be barely holding it together during this game. I think that he should basically be incredibly depressed and anxious when other people aren't around because of what's going on with Snake. And I think that he should really be, from moment one, I think you should be able to see the everyone I've ever cared for and loved has died, and it's that principle is finally coming for Snake, and almost like a guilt thing, I'm doing this to him by getting close to him. And it would have been really cool if that could have been an arc we have over the game. And I know in some ways this would be just asking for a different story, but it's the one that would have made more sense with his character. It makes absolutely zero. Instead, they do exactly the problem you had with Raiden, and they just replay his arc all over again with Naomi, a character who he doesn't really have any connection with.
Yeah. My biggest critiques of MGS4 really are its need to be a greatest hits of the series, when it should have been wrapping things up the series. Bringing these characters back is totally fine, but concluding their arcs is what I would have wanted, not just here it is again. They're kind of left in the same place they were originally.
Yeah, and it's just it makes no sense. I really wish that the arc had instead been about Otacon resolving his trauma and resolving to stay with Snake, even though Snake is going to be dying very soon thanks to the telomere thing. And it would have worked really, really well with the way the game ends, with Snake, going off basically to, kill himself due to the whole Fox die thing. Otacon could have had some really good lines there. And the end of his character arc, the resolution of his character arc could have been, him being one of the voices to like convince Snake to, still live, because there are still people that still cares for him.
Mm-hmm.
It just,
the fact that Otacon is like absent around any of that is, aside from the wedding scene, is I don't like that.
I really don't like that. It's
because it's the most important person in Snake's life.
Yeah, and I'll be clear, I will say there are things I did like about the briefing with Naomi on the big ship. I did like that Naomi
name.
I love that neither of us checked. But I really like Naomi interacting with Sunny. I think that was very cute and nice. It was good to see someone interact with Sunny who was actually appreciating her cooking.
Yep.
And I'm not going to lie, I thought some of the interactions between Naomi and Otacon were kind of sweet in a way. I think it wasn't executed like horribly. I just had a problem with the premise. It just didn't make sense for Otacon, given the stories we have already had with him. And it's really bad during chapter 4 when Naomi does her big sacrifice and Otacon is, it's so weird. If you go back and watch the scene, Otacon is like broken up, he's crying, he's sobbing, he's doing his, everyone I care for ends up dying. That lasts all of like 5 seconds. Snake literally walks over to the Rex, and then Otacon immediately goes, Snake, I've decided I can't cry anymore. I have to move past this. And it's like, you got over this really quickly, man. Like, did that hit you at all when you were playing?
It did. It really... how do I put it? I think you did it just fine. It's just, you want so bad for some resolution in these characters, and then they just, there it is, okay, go. And it's like, okay. Like, sometimes they really do just, alright, done.
That's the moment that really made me go, like, okay, this is I think this is, like, the moment we cross over into, like, modern Kojima writing, for me personally. Where it's just like, okay, we're going to speedrun this character beat for Otacon, and just not give it, like, the space it needs. Because that was an issue I had in Death Stranding as well, is Death Stranding, I think, has a lot of issues where, like, characters aren't given room to breathe, and we don't get, like, as near as many scenes with them as we need, and sometimes those scenes can feel very rushed in how they're developed. It's... Ransom, I pulled up that cutscene here, and it's already... Otacon, in the time I have started talking, Otacon has finished that character arc, that character beat. He has gone from, oh no, Naomi's dying, I'll never be okay, to I'm done crying, Snake.
I'll say, I think a big problem with this game, and maybe Kojima in general, is he glosses over important things a lot. Kojima can get lost in the things he cares about, as well as the, like, technicality of everything, where character arcs and kind of just basic storytelling things get left by the wayside, or just, like I said, glossed over very quickly. Um, like, the story that Kojima was trying to tell in this game is kind of hard to define. Like,
it's I kind of get it in a way, because it's you know, I interpret really I really like the interpretation of sense as, you know, sense of the world, and kind of the worldview, how a worldview can become a cycle within yourself. And, you know, in some sense, I can get why some of these characters have at least like partially repeating character arcs, because it's the narrative in some ways is about breaking those cycles. And, you know, can a person learn to change the worldview? Can these old men stop doing the same thing they've always done?
it's difficult to tell the story of breaking cycles when so much of this story is concerned with doing a cycle again.
Yeah, and I definitely agree. It's, you know, a lot of these arcs should have focused more on how these characters break these cycles than giving them yet another round of them.
I suppose the ending itself isn't bad with that, though.
Yeah, but it's because he quite literally has to wrap it up.
That's only in regards to like two characters. But like my thing is like this breaking cycles thing, which I agree, I do think that's what this game is about. Like that the two final characters at the end, they do break the cycle. They literally say no more of this, and then there is no more, right? But the other characters who are very much in cycles, Otacon, Raiden, specifically those two. Specifically Raiden, the fact that he ends the same place he was in 2 is like, that's not really a broken cycle, is it? Just because it's a resolution doesn't make it not the same resolution as the last one. There's nothing to stop him from doing the same cycle over again. Otacon will probably, like, there's nothing beside like a single line of him saying, "I'm not gonna cry anymore."
And I have to go ahead and give a preemptive criticism of Revengeance. I actually really don't like the one mention they have of Otacon in Revengeance.
I agree.
They basically just say like Otacon is still depressed and he like is very uncomfortable around women now. And it's like, you know, that sucks. You'd think at least like being with Snake for the rest of his life would give him like the means to process and like understand, you know, that way of thinking and how to move on past it, I suppose. Like, it's, I don't know, that just sucks. It's a weirdly sad conclusion for a character in this series that like we're probably not getting, you know, any more entries in, you know?
It's would you want Otacon there in a hypothetical Revengeance 2? Would you want him to be a part of that story?
If they can write him well, yeah. I would love Otacon to get like a proper ending that, you know, but it's like, you know, I don't know how well that can exist outside of Snake is the thing. And I'll kind of draw it into, because I think a big part of the series is how like the bonds between different people can make both of them better. I was trying to figure out how to transition into this because I have like a overarching. Okay, I'm watching Liquid run away very goofily on my screen now. I have an overarching kind of theory of how relationships work in this series, and I call it the Ata Snake theory. And it's just it's very simple, and it's that in Metal Gear Solid, I feel like the way Kojima conceptualizes things, relationships tend to work out best when they're with people when they're between people who are very different but might share like a sense of morality or principles, but they're very different in how they handle those principles. And the relationships that don't work out are, funnily enough, between people who either are similar or one of those people wants to become the other person. This is why Snake and Meryl didn't work out. Meryl wanted to essentially become Snake. She wanted to become that perfect soldier, whereas Snake, being that perfect soldier, you know, at that time, he was kind of realizing he needed to be something else. And it would have just been a very unhealthy relationship, because he would have broken that image of the perfect soldier in her, and he would no longer be in a place that she would want to be. You know, it was, I do kind of feel like it was a doomed relationship from the start. And I actually do like that Kojima didn't have
try and
them
force it.
work out. But who does Meryl end up with? She ends up with Johnny. And Johnny, you know, obviously has some criticisms with him. I know the fan base hates him. I actually really, really like that Meryl got with Johnny, because Johnny is very different from Meryl. He is a lot of things that she isn't, just as she is a lot of things that he isn't. Johnny is not a perfect... Johnny is not like a... He's not even a good soldier. He is kind of a guy who is always messing up. He's not keyed in as everyone. But he's someone with a lot of heart, and he's just someone with a really good heart, and he always is wanting like the best for others. He is someone who is, even if he's really bad at it, he is like very helpful. And I think he is supposed to kind of just represent a kind of naive humanness that is, you know, it's gonna mess up a lot. It's gonna be very goofy and foolish, but it's something that is very authentic. He's very authentic to himself, and is not trying to live up to an ideal the way that Meryl is. And
I mean,
think
he is Sense.
Yeah, that's a good point. He is Sense. He is the only one who doesn't have these nanomachines in him. And it's, you know, it's funny that in his the person who has the ideal of Sense the most is the one who is constantly having stomach aches and is, you know, rushing off to use a restroom. It's kind of a classic Kojima symbol where he will take this like kind of very high concept idea and just turn it into like a comic relief bit almost. Yeah. But it's, you know, and that's another thing, is Meryl takes herself so seriously. And so I like that she's paired with someone who is taking the main idea of the game and turning it into a joke, you know. But
that is a victory for her. Like that is a happy conclusion for her. Like we've been saying so much that we don't like about Otacon and Raiden and stuff. I don't have shit to say about Meryl, like negative.
Well, and that's the thing. I really like Meryl in this game.
Yeah.
And you know, I think that this is a pattern we can see overall with like the fulfilling relationships in the series. You know, it's the biggest one is Otacon and Snake. I almost don't have to define it because we've been talking about it this entire series, and that Otacon is, you know, the kind of moral heart of Snake, and that he is someone who is fundamentally not of Snake's world, yet still manages to form probably the most permanent connection with him that anyone in the series gets. And yes. Snake does inspire Otacon to be braver and to stick to his principles. I don't know if Otacon would have gone on to continue with his technology without Snake. Snake probably inspired him to keep making things and keep doing what he feels is right, even though it hadn't worked out for him yet.
The most moral group in the entire series is Philanthropy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the two of them. And
it's also, it's funnily enough, I would say maybe even the boss and the sorrow could be considered one of those more healthy relationships. Because those two are literally contrasted. One was the joy, one was the sorrow. And I can see some kind of Johnny / Otacon motifs in the sorrow as well, in that he's the only one of the bosses in that game, of the Cobras, who isn't trying to kill you. He's not like attacking you. He's actually like more helping you.
Yeah.
And you know, and in order to like help you and the boss, like he ends up giving his own life. I don't know. I need to look more. We don't get enough about the sorrow, but I do find him to be a really interesting character. And I think
I'll say, like, I see what you're getting at, and it also does show even more the fatal flaw of the boss, and by extension the sorrow, is their loyalty to their countries and the times were too strong. You know, there was another way, as is proven by Snake and Otacon.
Right.
Well, I had something else. I also the other thing that Snake and Otacon have in common is they are men who did not become their fathers when they really could have.
Yep. That's actually a really good point.
Like, so much of the prequel timeline is just, what if things didn't go good for these characters? What if they made worse decisions? And that's just what Big Boss and Huey are a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
and you can go.
They're both so not good, not only for each other, but also just as people, that the two of them, whereas their sons were able to find that connection, Big Boss and Huey never have that connection. Like, they know each other, but they hate each other, bro.
Yeah, I mean, and I haven't been able to get to Huey yet in the series, because I assume he's Peace Walker, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I can talk about Big Boss, and you know, within this framing, you know, we see Big Boss being led astray, and his, you know, personal relationships not being able to kind of pull him out of the spiral.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, you know, you look at him, you know, he didn't get the Sokolov. You know, Sokolov died at MGS4. Who does he get instead? He gets Ocelot, who, as we see in the very first meetings between the two, ends up idolizing Big Boss. Funnily enough, Ocelot is more in common.
Ocelot is
with
Meryl.
MGS1's. Yeah, Ocelot is like MGS1 Meryl. He ends up literally changing himself based on the things that Big Boss says. He idolizes him and probably wants to become him in some way.
In his own words, he fell in love with the legend.
Yeah,
you know, that's actually a really, really, really succinct way to put it. Meryl and Ocelot fall in love with the legend. Otacon falls in love with the man.
Yeah,
it's almost a parasocial type of thing.
Yeah, and it's not a way you can have that kind of relationship.
You can't have a relationship that way.
It's putting that other person on a pedestal.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, that's kind of what I had to say about my whole Otta Snake theory. I don't know if you have any other observations in light of your, I guess, more complete viewing of the series.
Nothing. It doesn't give you any. The games after this don't give you anything more about Otacon, which is also what makes this so frustrating. Say bye to Otacon, bro. I hope you liked this conclusion, because that's just it. And no, I don't like the conclusion. Otacon is like the second most important character in this whole series, and MGS4, despite how much screen time he has, just is not about him, like, at all. And he just falls victim to the same thing Raiden does, which is just, hey, he's back and he's just doing the same thing again. It's acting like he's an MGS1 character coming back when he's a series staple at this point.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, cause you know,
he gets treated the same way as Naomi and Mei Ling when he gets barely more than they do, and when he needs
weird.
so much more.
Naomi, well, no, Mei Ling gets what Mei Ling gets is actually good. I think. I like that she's become like a slightly different person that should still herself.
I like Mei Ling in 4. Yeah.
Mei Ling, like, I like that she commands the ship and she has those really good scenes with like the other Navy people where there's that person on the ship who's like, "Hey Captain, I'm scared. This is my first time." And she's like, "Yeah, it's my first time doing this kind of thing too, but like we're going to get through it." Like, I don't know, that was a really good like moment for her.
I agree.
But it's crazy that Mei Ling got treated better than other mainstay characters. It's really funny given how the very first scene she was in the series was kind of problematic by today's standards.
Yeah.
But I guess that's just Kojima.
People also don't
game,
like that they changed her accent. I have no comment on it personally. I don't care.
It's been a while. Is she voice acted by the same person?
Yes, she is. I'll also say, like, people's accents can change in real life. Like, the time difference between 1 and 4 is like fairly substantial. Like, that could have just actually happened.
Oh yeah, I know someone who grew up in Australia and then went to like college in the Midwest, and she straight up, her accent literally changed to include a more Midwestern sound.
Yeah.
But yeah, and just saying all of this, I just have to make the observation still, it is kind of crazy how much I did like the game, given that it bungled probably my 3 favorite characters in the series.
That's
being Raiden, Otacon, and Ocelots.
Well, that's just what you say about Metal Gear Solid 4. Is you say, it's crazy that I liked the game despite blank, you know? It's a mess. It's a bit of a mess. More of a mess than Kingdom Hearts 3.
I don't know about that, man.
I need to think about that. I think we're the perfect channel to talk about this. I think Metal Gear Solid 4 and Kingdom Hearts 3 are like the same game.
I'm gonna say something that's probably gonna make you mad, Ransom.
All right.
I think this is paced better than Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yeah, sure. In terms of pacing, absolutely. But
like at least 4 tells a full story, even if it's a very mismanaged story. Like, you feel like things are going on the whole time. Whereas Kingdom Hearts 3 is literally like 90% of the game is waiting for the story to start.
I take a bit of issue with that statement. This isn't the time to discuss Kingdom Hearts 3.
I was gonna say, it is really funny that we're turning this into a KH3 podcast.
But what both games are is a conclusion to a long-running series, right? Where they're both doing all the greatest hits, they're bringing back all your favorite characters, you know, blah blah blah, right? In the zeitgeist, they were both set up the same way. How both of them
Oh, wonderful. Yep, Ransom, your internet's doing the thing again. Rest in peace, Ransom.
You know, I never get warning of that. Fuck it. Audience,
It'll be very funny if you keep
you
this
get to
in.
hear me. You get to hear me. I think... I mean, there's a lot of parallels you can draw. Like, the way they both kind of reshape your view of the villain in the end. There's a lot of stuff, but yeah, like I said, this just
oh
isn't
boy.
the time or place. Wow, it's really doing the thing.
This one's actually lasting a good bit longer
Yeah,
than it usually does.
It is. It is. So I'm just gonna keep talking. Maybe Carter will keep talking. Wow.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, there we go.
There you
Okay.
go. That's actually a shame. I was about to. If it started going on for longer, I was going to say I'm going to go ahead and do a prequel for the MGS5 episode and just start reading Moby Dick.
That's hilarious. So, yeah, the KH3 and MGS4 thing, that might genuinely be its own discussion, because there's so much there. I mentioned why you couldn't hear the way they both try and reshape your perception of the villain in the end. There's just a lot there. There's a lot there. But
I genuinely think MGS4 does a better job of that.
Oh, surely it does. Yes.
To summarize my feelings, I guess it's also MGS4 doesn't try to start a new story as well. Like, it doesn't try to set up a new arc. It has the courtesy to just try and be wrapping things up, even if it doesn't do a fantastic job of that.
I mean, that's not specifically KH3's fault, because that had already been, like, happening. Like, at the end of the day, 3 never was a conclusion, you know what I mean? It was a conclusion to a character. And even then, it might not be. Like,
it might not be.
3 just is not this ending of the series that people thought it would be. The only way that it is an ending is it is making good on the promise that we are going to save some characters. That is the only thing that it was ever promising, aside from Xehanort dying, which we'll see. We'll see if they stay good on that. Anyway, video games, Metal Gear Solid 4, finales. Do you want to start at the microwave hallway and just go from there?
Did we miss any characters first? Do we want to?
None that I want to talk about. I mean,
okay. Yeah, the microwave hallway.
That lasted a really long time.
I actually am going to disagree. It might just be because I've always heard of it being this, like, arduous sequence that lasts so long. It felt pretty short for me.
Okay.
It felt like it was only like a few minutes.
Well, it is a few whole ass minutes of just pure mashing.
I mean, yeah, but it's not as stringent as
Right.
the previous games. Like, it's not like we're having to mash at the level of the MGS1 torture sequence. It's just you just got to be doing it like the whole time. But it's not like you're having to do it at a super fast pace. So I was completely fine with it. I was actually when it was over, I was kind of just like, oh, that's it. People have really been complaining about this the whole time.
I think people are probably just mashing harder than they need to be. I do like the use of the mechanic here as a parallel and metaphor, essentially saying this is as difficult for Snake as being tortured.
Yeah. And there's a lot that for one, I forgot to mention this. I mean, I like the technique in both this and the vamp fight, where it does, like, the split screen and you start seeing, like, cutscenes from elsewhere that are happening at the same time. I love that. That's so cool.
I love the game doing that.
But yeah, they do a really good job of like really showing you just the pain of the microwave hallway. Like the fact that's like you see his like, I think it's like you start to see like the muscles under his skin start to like glow.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like the way that like his sneaking suit starts to like break up. There were points in it that it's, I don't know if it was just like hardware limitations at the time or just the way the art was directed, but it's like there are parts where I literally thought like, oh, is that like his suit or a muscle of his that is snapped?
Mm-hmm.
Like it looks rough as it's happening, and I really, really think that was just a really great direction of the visuals.
Oh yeah. It's a memorable sequence. You know, people still reference it to this day, not just because of its length and arduous nature, but like the visuals on display, like they're fucking torturous.
Mm-hmm. And in some ways, it is kind of interesting that as the kind of climax to this stealth franchise, it literally ends with him crawling, you know?
Mm-hmm. Very fun.
Yeah, and like it I think this was probably the best way they could have done it. I'm glad that they didn't. We talk about repetitions. I'm glad they didn't decide just to do another torture sequence.
Yes.
Because I just don't think there was any way they could have made it fit here.
Yep. No, they I like the way they handled it. So you get to the end of the microwave hallway. Snake puts the USB in. Yippee yay. I don't really care to get into the mechanics of how the virus...
Naomi's virus ex machina.
It, like, okay, yeah, it wasn't supposed to work, but then it did because they, whatever, like, okay, alright,
Sunny is really cool and smart.
Yes. Drebin has things going on. Okay, cool. That's nice. Drebin, you're cool. I like your funny monkey. I just want to...
Yeah, okay. I liked the proposal scene between Johnny and Meryl.
Yeah,
it was quite funny.
That was good.
I did like how, I mean, it's, you know, we've said, do like that Meryl. It's cool that they allow her to like continually set the terms of things in this game. It's funny how Johnny proposes and she says no, but then immediately proposes herself. It's a very sweet, very, very Meryl thing to do.
Yeah. They did do her justice, man. Like that's one thing I'll always give for is Meryl. I don't know what Meryl fans would have wanted other than this.
Well, it's people. I mean, people really hate that she got with Johnny instead of Snake.
But, well, they're fucking stupid, aren't they? Like,
yeah. But it's genuinely like, I mean, after MGS1, I didn't really have confidence that if they brought Meryl back, they would be able to do her character right. But it's like, oh no, you just
were pleasantly surprised.
I was pleasantly surprised. I'd say Meryl is probably one of the best characters in MGS4.
So after the microwave hallway, Snake is magically transported to the very top of Outer Haven. Somehow?
I think the idea is that I think Snake has been unconscious for a while.
Yeah.
I think that essentially they've already evacuated most of the ship, and Otacon has ran in there and gotten him to a place where a helicopter can pick him up.
It's As Jacob Geller put it in a video of his, this scene is unconcerned with mechanics or logic because none of that matters right now. All that matters is that Snake is alone on this platform with Liquid Ocelot. One last hurrah. One last fight for a fight's sake. Like, the plan is over. Like, the Patriots are literally gone. Like, that AI is actually non-existent.
It kind of all goes away in a wet fart. Like,
The plan is just over. So there's no reason for Liquid Ocelot to want this fight other than just, I mean, I'm Ocelot. Like, whether it's the pettiness of Liquid or the love of Ocelot, you can make your own decision on that, I guess. But it's like, it's an inevitability. Just these two are going to fight to see who's the best. Whether it be brother v brother or lover v lover.
and is it in this game or in the previous one where they reveal that that Liquid was actually the ones who had the dominant genes?
It's at the end of MGS4.
Okay. So yeah, it's, you know, and I know a lot of people have confusion over Liquid's actions in this game. And, you know, I mean, in a way,
they make more sense when you think of them as Ocelot's actions.
Well, I will say it makes sense when you think about Liquid as a character and what he represents. You know, he is the genes he is the villain representing genes. And so in a way it makes sense that at the end of all of this, you know, even when all motivations are cleared away, he is still the genes. He is still playing the inherent role he played back in MGS1. He can't really break away from his frame of the world.
Yes. That's a good way to put it. However, I did just think of something nice. If like all the villains do genuinely represent their game's theme like so hard, like Liquid Genes, Solidus memes, the boss scene, that makes Ocelot sense. And I like that a lot. I like Ocelot being sense. He was sense the whole time.
But it's weird him being sense because he doesn't, you know, you could say he gave up his sense. His flaw
I think that's
in this
why
game is that
I think that's why he's the villain of sense. No,
of 4.
Yes and no. Because what Ocelot has been the entire series is lies and deceit. Or just deceit, you know, just always there with a twist. Talk about how many layers of betrayal are you on? 3? You are a stupid child. Check this out. And he's like a quintuple agent. He is never ever based in any sense of the word, like in reality. He himself from 3 onward in the timeline is always under some form of hypnosis for himself to make him think something else so he can be a better liar.
His whole role is to obfuscate so that neither you nor he can have a real sense or full worldview in a way.
And his finale is him finally just going, "Hi, I'm Ocelot. I'm gonna tell you the full and whole truth right now. Also, I loved Big Boss, like, romantically. Okay, I'm dead now." Like, that's his finale, is he just gets to tell the truth.
Yeah, and, you know, I can definitely see some poeticism in that. It is like, it interacts weirdly with the final battle in its own way because of how strongly the final battle is presented as solid versus liquid, for real finally this time.
I disagree. I like maybe in phase 1, but even then, like the way the two of them are beating each other, and I would go as far as to say I don't think Liquid would put the syringe into Snake's neck. I don't think he would offer him that kindness. I don't think Liquid has that kind of respect for his brother. Like, as much as these two old men are beating the fuck out of each other, it's like, it's so weird to say, but there is a love there that Liquid never ever had. Like, I agree we don't get a lot of Ocelot in this game, and that sucks.
But you think that moment is Ocelot coming through?
I do. I'd also even say I don't know how much Liquid we get in this game. Liquid Ocelot is just kind of, he has a few moments that are like Liquid.
I mean, I would say the fact that the fight happens is very much a Liquid thing, and it is a result of
I think
Ocelot.
it's also an Ocelot thing.
I mean, but it's Ocelot operating under this Liquid hypnosis.
Yeah, but
and the fact that Liquid, like I've said, Liquid, I feel like this fight happens as a result of Liquid not being able to alter his sense. He is still that gene focused. He is still in that mindset focused on the genes, and in a genre sense, he is focused on playing that same role.
I think both can be true at once. Call that a coward's way out. But
I mean, the series is very big on dualism.
Yeah, because think about the ending of 3. We've literally had our final boss. The game is over. And here comes Ocelot. Because I have a crush and I'm petty and gay. And you can say the same about this game. The final boss has happened. The Patriots are gone. But here comes Ocelot, petty and gay.
Yeah, and I can definitely appreciate that. It's funny in a way how much this game's ending mirrors the ending of 3. But this time Snake is able to in a way it's focused on breaking a lot of the cycles that started with 3.
Mm-hmm. I also want to just talk about the fight choreography in the cutscenes. Very good, very brutal.
Especially for the time, it is an amazing cutscene. And just both the cutscene and the animations for the fight. Like you mentioned, the part with the syringe where they're both hitting each other poke each other with the syringe in the neck. Like that is such a well shot sequence. And the way it's such a good marriage of gameplay and story, because I love that when they do that is when
the health bars come
up.
Like that's such peak video games, man. Like that is so fucking hype. I like that the fight itself mechanically is fairly difficult. I like how you really need to pay attention. Like it took me a few tries to win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just kind of like a harder version of the MGS1 Liquid fight.
Yeah.
And
I like the music callbacks. It's fun.
I like the music callbacks. I like how the camera angles take you through the series, the health bars themselves end up changing based on the phase. It's such a good kind of victory lap for Kojima and for the series.
So the fight ends. You beat Liquid, Ocelot, I mean, Liquid's just not even there anymore. Like, by the time the fight has ended, Ocelot has reemerged completely. And yeah, he confesses all that. He's like, yeah, I needed to fool the system by being in the system and doing this and that and the other, and I actually did all of this because of Big Boss or the boss. What did he say?
I'm looking at the cutscene right now. He says, like, I'm Liquid's doppelganger. Yeah, I don't think he really says much concretely of his motivations. But he says, I am Liquid's doppelganger. He does the hand signs and says, you're pretty good, and then dies. I think it's only explained later.
Gotcha.
You know, he doesn't. So a lot with him is still, in some way, it is left up to interpretation and inference. But I think the more concrete explanation is with I think Drebin tells it in the very end, much like Drebin kind of does throughout the game. You know, he's one of the big exposition machines.
Oh yeah,
but
yeah. Well, after that, we get the wedding. You know, that's all fine. We already talked about it. And then Snake puts a gun in his mouth and kills himself. And the credits roll.
Actually, I will say, the wedding, it was a little weird that, like, the wedding is just, like, a few people.
I don't know. It's fine.
Like, it's fine,
it's been
I guess.
A long day.
I would have expected, like, at least a few more people there. Like, but who knows? Maybe Meryl just wanted it to be, like,
yeah, I could see her doing that.
The people she trauma bonded with over the past couple of weeks.
So Snake is forced into killing himself because he carries the last of the fox dye. He's a walking biohazard.
Yeah.
And the credits roll, and then a very fun touch is at the end of the cast, it says Big Boss, played by I don't remember who. And you go, huh? He wasn't in this game. I like
that they leave it up for like a good few seconds, long enough for you to start to think, like, wait, was he in this game? Like, oh, was there like a flashback or something that I forgot? No.
And then the game comes back, and Snake did not kill himself. He's like, ugh, this is harder than I thought, because I really don't want to die. And then Deus Boss Machina. Big Boss is alive. Shut up. Don't worry about it. Walks in frame. CQ sees the gun out of Snake's hand, which makes people say, wow, Big Boss was always stronger than Snake. Fuck off. Are you kidding me? You walk through a microwave hallway and see how well you do.
I was going to say, microwave hallway, accelerated aging. He may biologically be older than Big Boss at this point. And also, man's just gone through a failed suicide attempt. He's probably not in the best, he's probably not mentally sharp right now.
Like, I'm not trying to power scale old men right now.
Yeah. But there are very good reasons why Big Boss is able to CQC Snake in that moment.
Yeah. And even then, the CQC into hug combo, very sweet. Big Boss. A very good inversion of what you might say could be like the language of the series. Yeah. Big Boss has a very long speech about everything.
Yep.
Everything.
Everything.
But the main takeaways are explaining the mechanics of how this game happened, and even more importantly, why the series happened, and how MGS3 was actually so important, and this was actually a sequel to 3 and just as much as 2, believe it or not, and how we're really shoving in some shit
About
They bring up Zero earlier on,
Yeah.
and how he's the Patriots. It's not
Yeah.
like he comes in right at the end. Like they talk about it in chapter 3.
So this is an example of what I'm talking about with Kojima is unconcerned with things he should be really concerned about. If Zero is the most important villain in the entire series, maybe you should, I don't know, develop him.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing like that really messed me up is Zero is made out to be a big shadow antagonist. Yet it's like why?
The guy who likes James Bond?
Why did Zero do this? Like what reason did he have for starting the Patriots and betraying Big Boss? Like
And then it's like
they don't do anything with it. I'm not convinced.
They're like, he misinterpreted the boss's will, just like I did. Okay, did he know the boss?
I was gonna say, like, did he ever
give a single shit
about the boss?
There's no evidence, and it's just like, why would he care about the boss? Who would care about the boss's will other than Big Boss himself? Like, no one else gives a shit. Like,
that's the point. The point of the boss is that only the only one who had cared about her in the end was Big Boss, you know?
Like, why did he do all that? Like, he did all this weird, crazy shit with the Patriots, philosophers, and Cypher. As if he was ever, like, an important character to begin with. Like, what about the events of MGS3 made him decide, oh yes, complete control of the entire world, yes, that's what we need. What? Where did that come from, bro? Spoiler alert, Peace Walker and 5 don't do fucking shit to solve this, by the way, which is insane. Like, 5 would have had such a good reason to exist. Such a good reason to exist. If it was there to be like, no, this is explaining how Cypher came to be. That would have been really appreciated, actually. But no?
Yeah, now that you say that, yeah. But it's weird because it feels like in some sense this was done because Kojima wanted to involve every single codec person in the finale that he could. And I feel like they handled Paramedic better. Like, Paramedic does bad things and gets, like, assassinated off screen, but I think it worked thematically there. It's supposed to be shocking,
yeah,
and meant to emphasize the like unknown, the unknown responsibilities that the codec people had. But with Zero, it's like by bringing it into the explicit narrative and having it be a major part of the story without doing anything to back it up, like it falls completely flat.
Mm-hmm. And then Big Boss himself,
which, you know,
I got shit to say.
It's cheesy and convenient, but you know what? It's a good metaphor for for Snake finally being able to abandon the old way of thinking, abandon the sense that he had been operating with.
That's fantastic. The use in the scene, the metaphor, the flowery language used, all wonderful. I love the Zero metaphor. I love him saying the world would be better off without snakes. I literally used it as inspiration and reversed it for the ending of 3 LP. Like, that's all great. That's wonderful. That's awesome. That's a really good way to send Snake off, to truly say, Solid Snake, sorry, David, you can live the rest of your life as a normal fucking guy with your gay husband. And he does, and that's awesome.
Go raise your daughter.
I got some fucking problems with Big Boss himself.
I will say, actually, you know what? I think I know what you're about to say.
What do you think I'm gonna say?
Okay, Ransom, I'm going to do let me do some quick math here, man. That monologue is like, it feels like 15 to 20 minutes long. Big Boss does not for one, I think Big Boss is not the monologuing type. This doesn't really feel like the same person, you know? Maybe the way I see him will change in coming games, but I don't know, man. Big Boss seems to me much more of like a person of action and few words. He doesn't seem to me the kind of person who would give a 15-minute long dramatic monologue.
Yeah, that's not what I was gonna say. As a matter of fact,
Okay.
this isn't a critique of MGS4 so much as a series-wide thing. Well, no, it's not
Okay.
series-wide. It's just... I'm just gonna start talking, alright? Big Boss is the villain of Metal Gear. Big Boss, by the time of 5, which is only the third game in the series not counting Portable Ops, is already building Outer Heaven with child soldiers and has done unto someone else what the US government did to the boss. That is
Yes.
how he starts his villainy. Not only does he do all that, he does the events of Outer Heaven and Zanzibar Land, which are both so fucked. We'll get into it. But then his legacy, his shadow, creates Liquid and Solidus, who both use child soldiers and are just complete shitty asshole idiot heads. They both suck in their own ways. Solidus to a much lesser extent. Big Boss is the shadow
Still use
over
child
this
soldiers,
entire
though.
yes. The Big Boss is the shadow over this entire series. His stupid fucking horrible ideas and horrible things he did to the world and children. And we're going, I just misinterpreted the boss's will. What the fuck are you talking about? You genuinely fucking thought the boss wanted war forever? You thought she wanted Battle World? What are you on? What are you talking about? You Mongo idiot asshole. What are we doing?
Yeah, no, Big Boss is absolutely an idiot. I do like that they clarified that. I do like that they clarified how the current state of the world contrasted with what Big Boss was wanting. They make it clear that, like, his ideal of what a world for soldiers would be was very different from what the Patriots ended up creating.
In what way, old man? Cause I don't buy your bullshit.
Capitalism.
Fuck you. Fuck you. You're fucking ignorant piece of shit dog ass. Think that capitalism or some other manipulative goddamn just anything that would you don't think anything would take advantage of a world without ending war? What is wrong with you? You goddamn idiot. Big Boss is the stupidest character in the entire franchise, only seconded by Zero. And then him coming in saying all of this going, I just misinterpreted it. Now I understand. The world would be better without snakes. You didn't give a shit about her. The fact that Kojima didn't double down after this with Peace Walker and 5 and actually walked it back makes this monologue so much worse. Big Boss is full of shit. He's an actual manipulating idiot asshole here. He's just saying whatever he can to make Snake like him and make him think he's not a bad guy so that he can bury him next to his mom. Big Boss is actually, for real, lying right now. I'm gonna spoil Peace Walker for you, because I need you to understand how fucking stupid this moment is. That game ends with him renouncing the boss. That game ends with him saying, never mind.
Well, earlier in this podcast, you did mention that, like, it's kind of an issue that has started since Metal Gear, and that what Outer Heaven and Zanzibar Land were so ridiculous and so just kind of larger than life that it's now really hard to retrofit that onto a character that we are not meant to see as a Saturday morning cartoon villain.
Exactly. Which, to their credit, fucking 5, incredible job with that, actually. By the end of that game, you know what? You did it. you didn't even attempt. You just said, yeah, he's a fucking villain. He's actually so evil. There's nothing sympathetic about Big Boss whatsoever. He put another human being through the worst possible hell he himself could imagine.
Yeah, and like, I don't know. I think part of it is, at this point, how long does this game take place after Metal Gear 2? Like, what, 20 years, or?
I don't know, but let's say that.
But like, he's probably been hiding out and has had a very long time to like think and reflect, maybe. Like, he probably realized, like, he obviously at some point realized he had, you know, gone wrong at some point, and has probably spent the past several years trying to, I guess, trace that back. And while that's happening, he has seen the Patriots kind of make the same mistake that, you know, he sees himself as having made, and going against the boss's will, and creating this world without loyalty, without principles, without... I mean, he literally says, like, a world without substance. I mean, another thing is, you know, he wanted to make a world for soldiers where they would be able to, I guess, fight for the things that they believed in, and would be able to, like, live with this, like, soldier's honor, yet...
Thanks,
I mean,
Armstrong!
Well, it's also, like, the Patriots also... I wonder if, you know, the Big Boss, I feel like, he feels like Patriots kind of took that away through the nanomachines and dulling their senses and dulling their emotions. They're kind of taking away that reward that Big Boss might have seen through battle. You know, that they're taking away the sense of combat that, you know, Big Boss and all the others probably had some satisfaction in. But yeah, I definitely see where you're coming from. It is one of those things of just the person that he became is so far from the person that we want that he started as, that it's really hard to invoke the person he started as at the very end of this character.
We'll save it for next time, but I just realized Revengeance deals in sense.
Yeah, very much. Like, I don't know if I've mentioned it before in the podcast, but I noticed a lot of Revengeance comes from this game.
Yeah,
and it deals with a lot of the same things: the child soldiers, the brainwashing,
nanomachines.
A lot of it is there.
As in nanomachines, like affecting like an emotional state.
Yeah. And because I mean, it's literally like there's the big part of the game where you are getting like flooded with like the thoughts of the people that you're like mowing down.
I really think like Revengeance deals with a lot of the stuff in 4 like more elegantly, which is very funny. Which is very funny because it's from a game about how thinly can I slice this man. But,
yes.
You know that's video games right there.
How many pieces can you possibly slice a human being into?
Anyway, so yeah, I think Big Boss, while the speech itself is wonderful, coming from him is ludicrous. It's like he is such a cartoon villain, and to say that it was all under the like, I just wanted to do right by her. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you, Big Boss. I will forever and always, like, people talk about him and Solid Snake in the same light. One is a villain. What are we doing here? That is the man who sold the world. What are we doing?
Yeah, and it's I can't tell if it's a lack of foresight or hindsight for Kojima in this, and that
It's strangely
he
both.
he probably should have included some explicit admission from Big Boss there of like I started off wanting to carry on her will.
It is the same as KH3. It is the fucking
lost my way.
It is the same as KH3, because both these villains, while the speech is dramatically different in length, both say, like, I was just wanting to do this all along. See, I'm not so bad. If either of the protagonists in either case had just spoken up and gone, what the fuck are you talking about? What is wrong with you? Then it would have been a much more appreciated by fans. I'm gonna steal some shit from goddamn...
I'm more convinced... It's not great, but I am more convinced by Big Boss than I am by Xehanort.
I'm more convinced by Xehanort! I'm not fucking kidding. I am more convinced by Xehanort. Mind you, Dark Road exists.
When we meet past Xehanort, he sucks.
Yeah, yes, but Dark Road does do a lot of that heavy lifting. But listen,
Dark Road
listen
came
to
out
me.
after 3.
Which Peace Walker and 5 also came out after 4, and they make it worse.
But 3, but like we had 3 MGS3 before 4. And I think that you can still get, like, you can draw a line in your mind. You can see a tragedy, and Big Boss started out trying to do this noble thing, and it just spiraled and spiraled into, all of the problems of the series.
You began at 0 nobility. Your starting point was stupid, Big Boss. Your starting point was starting a PMC. What is wrong with you? If I'm gonna steal some shit from that goddamn KH3 is a waste of effort. If Sora had just spoken up and gone, you wanted to lead a new world, but the people you hire do shit like this, and shows an example of, Larxene being an evil bitch, right? Like, if Snake had spoken up and just gone, how was that at all a realization of her dream? What were you thinking? And Big Boss is like, I guess you're right. I was a fool. That's all it was. I was just stupid. Like, Big Boss, I just can't believe that he is saying these words. I hate that, like, people talk about Big Boss and Zero as if they're both just, like, they misinterpret it. Like, no, even David Hayter is like, I don't know what the fuck Big Boss was on, bro. It doesn't make any sense. He's a stupid, selfish, idiot asshole who just wants revenge on the world, and him trying to misconstrue that into something else is him lying to his son one final time.
I mean, in a way of analysis, you could even say that's why he is the overarching villain of the series.
Yes.
Because he never... Because his view of the world was incomprehensible. And in a way, he might have kneecapped himself in being able to form one by lying to himself. He tried to dress it up as nobility and tried to dress it up as carrying on a legacy or someone's will. Instead, his sense was just spite and revenge.
It's why to this day I will always and forever maintain that if Solid Snake, David, was the one in the situation of MGS3, he just would have done it better. He wouldn't have killed the boss. He would have found another way. Because he's just not that fucking stupid, bro. He would have saved fucking Sokolov somehow. I bet. He just would have. Like, so much of that victim of circumstance stuff. I'm sorry, like, Naked Snake is not that guy. He makes so many mistakes in 3. And it's not just a matter of skill. It's a matter of straight up thinking and not listening to your higher ups. The whole point of MGS1 is Solid Snake going, I'm just gonna not listen to you guys and do what's right. That is the crux of that plot, and it's great. 3 is an inversion of that. It's so That's just what Big Boss is. He's just a fuck up.
Yeah.
He's a pure
You-
fuck up.
And you know, and that's a really good comparison there, because it's, you know, Solid Snake throughout the series has been someone who is, his arc is, you know, his arcs are always characterized by taking agency and exercising his agency against
Yes.
the people who might be trying to suppress it. Whereas what is the characterizing moment of Big Boss?
Complete
It
lack of
is
agency.
it is the boss lying in that field telling him to kill her, and he does it despite the fact that he doesn't want to. He gives up his agency in a moment that he really didn't have to. And it ruins him for the rest of his life.
It's a dramatic tragedy because it is as simple as I would not have done that.
Yeah,
that's the point of that game. It's a Greek tragedy where it's just like, damn, shit could have gone different if I was there, bro.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, you could very easily see there is a world, there is a timeline in which Naked Snake, not Big Boss, because he never would have become Big Boss. Instead, Naked Snake tells, like, you know, he tells the boss, like, you raised me and I care for you. I am not going to be your snake. I am not going to be the person you envisioned me to be. I'm going to be my own person, and that person isn't going to kill you. So you can come with me, or you can sit here and wait for the planes to come by and bomb you if you want. You know, I feel like there's a version in which that happened, and he would have walked out all the much better for it.
Like, don't say all of this, like, government conspiracy and shit would have prevented all of that from happening anyway, that it was the only way out. You know how much goddamn government conspiracy Solid Snake had to go through in both Metal Gear 1, 2, and Solid?
And he just dealt with it.
And he just dealt with it. He found a way. He's the Superman. He finds that impossible third option every time.
I mean, they very easily could have faked her death in some way.
Yeah,
the place was getting bombed.
Or just or gather evidence that it was all Volgan. It was just Volgan's fault.
Yeah, very, very simple and easy. Like, honestly, Volgan would be the perfect person to pin anything on.
You could grab a random soldier. Say again.
Well, it's just you'd believe it, because it's just like, hey, Volgan did this other terrible thing. Yeah, makes sense. Like, he was such a terrible guy that you could tell me he did anything, and I'd say, yeah, sure, probably.
Yeah. It's that simple.
You know...
Go ahead.
No, it's just... You can go.
But that is the point of Big Boss.
Yeah, it is the tragedy.
And aside from this speech in 4, it's very consistently portrayed as that, as just like, you done fucked up and you're a stupid villain, bro. Like, Peace Walker is an in-between state, and even then, it's like, what are we actually doing here, bro? Like, yeah, we're taking down threats to the world. We're becoming one ourselves, without a doubt.
I am going to be interested to hear how, and to see
how
he progresses throughout Peace Walker, because I always feel like people, I don't know, I feel like some people have said to me that the change in Peace Walker might not be as pronounced as they had expected.
I think I think it's there. It's just not. The thing
You just
about
have to read between the lines.
the thing about Big Boss is he is a cartoon villain. He just doesn't talk like one until it is far too late. Like Zanzibar Land too late, like Metal Gear 2. But like it's all there. The seeds are all there, and the things he does and choices he makes, and even some fucking speeches he gives, I'm not gonna lie, they don't paint a great picture. Of course, 5, you don't get a lot there because you see the effect of Big Boss, not himself, right? Which even then, it's like when you do good things in 5, it's like, but was that Venom doing that or Big Boss? Like, because as much as, people want to pretend that they're one and the same, they're fucking not, bro, clearly. Venom is a goddamn hero compared to Big Boss. Which, boy, I can't wait to talk about that. God, I can't wait to talk about fucking 5 with you.
And
This does still maintain, like, I'm the most curious to see how you feel about 4. But 5 is a game that occupies the same space as No More Heroes 3, where this game has so much sauce and secret sauce that I can't decode myself. There's just something here. But I'm getting closer as we go.
Yeah. And it seems like 5 is just like, the explicit story is something that we'll probably, have a discussion over whether or not it was done very well. But the emergent story really seems
very good.
Is where that game is at.
But I think that's about. I got my rant out of the way.
I would like to say I do, just as talking about the symbols of the series. I think it's really sweet that like the end of the last scene does have like Snake. It has him light Big Boss's cigar.
Yes,
it's a very nice and poetic thing to do, especially, lighting someone's, cigarette or cigar is, very much a like kind of. I feel like in a lot of East Asian cultures, it is like kind of a symbolic gesture of sorts. It's, very much like kind of a respect thing.
I'll say
it's very nice and sweet.
On the other end of that, I also really love Snake finally refusing a cigarette and going, "Those things will kill you."
I was just about to say that. I think that I like that it's followed up immediately by Snake, kind of formally quitting the cigarettes, because it's one less reinforcement of how those two characters ended. When you think about it, what is a cigarette? What is tobacco? It is something that gives you this like little, would you call it a high? But it's something that calms you. It is something that soothes you. It is something that, in a way, if you are going through a rough time, it dulls the sense.
Mm-hmm.
It is, a lot of people get hooked on cigarettes because they're going through a very stressful time, and they use it to alleviate some of that stress.
That's right.
All throughout the series, all throughout these games, Snake it's a defining character trait of his, to a point of comical nature, that he is constantly smoking or he's wanting a cigarette, even though people are telling him it is something that will hurt him or kill him. In this game, it's a running gag that like it's kind of getting in the way of his relationship with Sunny, and that like he's not eating the things she's cooking for him, the things that are actually going to be good for him and keep him healthy for longer. Instead, he is basically self-harming with these cigarettes, and it's getting in the way of his communication with others. when he could say something genuine, even though it's very funny when he says these things, the whole like spark this thing I mentioned in the beginning of the podcast, it is something that people get kind of exacerbated with, they just want to like have a genuine conversation with him, and in a way he's kind of deflecting with ironic humor.
Yeah.
And so at the very end, Big Boss is the one who couldn't change his sense. He's the one who dulled his agency and never really faced himself. And, he dies smoking that cigar, whereas Snake is able to kick the cigarettes and fully face the future with his sense. And I as many complaints as I had about the story of this game, I think that's a really good note to end on. And I think it shows that no matter what happens, even though it is tragic that Snake is going to die within the next 6 months, it's still an overall happy ending for him. There's no regret or sense of tragedy to it. He is fulfilled completely.
They did a fair amount of characters strangely or even dirty. But I do think they got the most important one right, that being Solid Snake. And as a finale to this series, which, I'm gonna be real, even with Revengeance Peace Walker 5, this is still the finale. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, it is bringing it's bringing the themes of agency full circle. And
yes. Well, it is, and I guess 5 is a dark reflection of that, where it's like the complete opposite. So
yes.
that's good for 5, but that doesn't make for a good finale. That's just sad.
Well, Ransom, it actually, I will say, it's very interesting. It's another, life imitates art and art imitates life. It is very interesting that the final game of the series, that dark reflection, that is all about the manipulation and suppression of agency, how that can go wrong, was at a time when Kojima, his agency was being suppressed by Konami.
That's fair. We'll have to save that for then. But
yeah.
To end it off, I take issue with Metal Gear Solid 4. I don't like some of the things it did. I don't like playing Chapter 3. I don't like playing a lot of Chapter 4. But god damn it. You get to that mech fight, you get to that final boss, you play that first chapter, and you just can't get away. I love this game. Not at all my favorite, but I loved Metal Gear Solid 4 in its entirety, overall.
Yeah. And, your whole thing of you really, really being curious what I thought about this game, Ransom, I'm kind of on the same page as you, maybe a little more harsh. I think it's a game that has a lot of flaws. It's definitely not as solidly written as some of the previous parts, but where it shines, it really does shine. I'd still overall recommend it, even though I see it as a clear sign of some of Kojima's bad habits in writing starting to go unchallenged and not be fixed in the editing process. But the things it did right, it really did right. It's a great send-off to the central figure of the series, the protagonist that people had been in love with since the 80s or 90s. That's starting right. With Metal Gear 1. And it's, in a way, it's nice that Kojima didn't end this one with kind of the standard go touch grass speech we get in most games, because he doesn't have to. This game conveys its themes and its ending so well of agency and of living your own life with your own sense that he doesn't have to explicitly tell you it anymore, because
Hell yeah, man. Well, I think that does it for us.
Yep.
I guess Revengeance next.
We'll have to see.
Let's
Either,
let this one stew for a while.
but yeah, either Revengeance or Peace Walker, or who knows, maybe even something else. I
don't
don't
think there's
know.
much point skipping Revengeance.
We will decide behind the scenes.
Yeah, we will. But yeah, that does it for us. We'll see you guys next time on a podcast that will surpass Metal Gear.
Thank you for listening this long. If you've made it this all the way through to
It's
this
MGS4.
incredibly long codec conversation.
I have been hiding in a cardboard box this entire time. See y'all. Okay, well, bye.
Bye.